Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God, John chapter 3, verses 16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he that had not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. This is the end of the scripture reading.
How are you?
I'm hanging on. I'm not too bad. I'm good sometimes.
Yeah. That was a tough one yesterday. A really, really tough one. But I'm sure that persons like yourself and others will have Chester in your prayers. You want to pray for him?
Almighty and everlasting God, we ask you, Lord, to give Pastor strength and faith and courage in this trying time. Lord, we ask you to strengthen his family and friends that they will stand by him. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. It was one of the hardest moments for me yesterday. But all I could have done was just visit, give him a hug, and just get out of there because I did not want to put myself in.
His shoes.
I there are people there who are gonna be supportive. That's good. That was good. But it's just that I I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. That one was too sad.
Yeah.
That one was too sad. Too sad. Where's Olive?
Olive is somewhere
Call Olive
sleeping.
for me.
Olive.
Good morning, Caribbean. Good morning to the world.
Olive.
Oops. Yeah, right. Good morning, Olive. How are you?
I'm good.
You see what I told you to look for?
Yes.
Ah.
Wonderful.
Now you see where I wanted it, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, bye bye, my dear.
Bye bye.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye bye. It is real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.therelfmgrenada.com. And for those of you who have already tuned in to our YouTube channel, top of the morning to you. And you will see a thingy there. Yeah. And that was made by the Igwe. The Igwe did that. I wonder if Carl has seen that. Carl, you seen this, Carl? You need to sign in. Yeah, sign in. The Igwe did that, and I decided to use it for the first time this morning. And that person you're seeing there, that's drumsticks. Yeah, that's her. So we're gonna be doing quite a number of those still. Yeah, but thanks again to the Igwe. Where is Carl? I thought I told the guy to sign in. See, some people never even bother to listen to people, yeah? Errol Bonaparte, Mr. Watts, good morning. Gemma, how you doing, girl? Yeah, it's really sad. Gemma, you know something I tell you honestly? You know, that statement that you have there, Gemma, sometimes I doubt it. Honestly. Honestly, sometimes I doubt it. Morning, Joanne. Joanne Francis. Joanne Francis. Oh, there's my good buddy. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Morning, and I, I, like I
Yeah.
said, all that, uh,
Okay, first let's comment on that quickly on that drumsticks thing. You seeing it, right?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, are you seeing this?
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's drumsticks.
Oh, that's the
Oh,
ego
that's the
is
ego
ego is in
in
print.
print.
That's the ego in print. That's the ego starting to do different
Nice,
things.
very,
Nice,
very
very,
nice
very
one.
nice one.
Yeah, so
Creative.
that
Creative.
Yeah.
yeah, the ego and that one he did without any in all I did was supply the picture. And he did the rest.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, all I did was supply the picture. So sometimes there's a bit of good in the ego sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So
You gone?
right. Well, so we both in red today, man. What, you laughing?
Now,
Now,
we heard.
we heard.
We in red. Yeah. We gotta get the weather, bro.
Get
So
the
let's
weather.
do the weather. Let's do the weather and then I'll come back to you, okay?
All right.
All right.
Good. It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5. www.drealfmgrenada.com. The time is what, 24 after? Let's see if we can still get the folks to give us the weather at the Morris Bishop International Airport Meteorological Office. This is Real FM. Stay with us.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go,
Where you go, what you do, how you do it, you just gotta be careful, whatever you do. Okay, so we were gonna link with the folks at the Morris Bishop International Airport, the Met Office for the latest weather, but we just have to hang on a bit maybe for that weather. I'm also looking for water wise for today, so I can tell you yes, we do have water wise for this morning, August the 1st. August the 1st, yeah. It's a Monday. August Monday, it's called. You know, growing up, for me, August Monday was all about a fair, a bazaar thingy. I don't know, down at the grounds of the Revere Hotel. Yeah, there's to be a big fair by the Anglican Church, put on by the Anglican Church. Well, I guess it's gone now. It doesn't really happen. But that used to be a massive occasion, right? A great opportunity for friends and family to meet and greet, and also for the church to raise revenue. Yeah. So let me go to my good friend Carl, as in Caton. Let me go to him because also let's see if I can do this. All right. Carl is already there. So I need to go here and then bring in Carl here. Carl,
Hey man,
what's that?
I say what's up? Hey, what's up?
I'm there. The weather will come in a couple of ticks. We just have a little bit of a bother,
Okay.
but the weather will come in a couple of ticks. Ms. Mitchell had to rush out of the office for a quick minute.
And then we had some kind of weather over the weekend.
Well, yeah, that's correct. Yeah. This morning is a kind of off morning for me. Not that it is a holiday. It has nothing to do with the holiday, but the fact that, I know my brother is grieving at this time.
Boy,
He's torn up.
well, last night I went on social media feed, and I saw the comment of someone, and then I saw the picture of Chester David, and to be honest, I didn't know his wife.
Okay.
And I saw this photo, then the words I was the first time I realized now, but name problem.
Yeah.
And like you see, we tend to tell people everything will be alright. What they're doing now. We don't know what they're going through.
We don't know. We don't know that.
This morning.
We don't know that. We don't know what person is
And
going
I
through.
all in cases like that. In any way we could be there, so just be there.
Yeah.
Trying to by telling them we know why you're going to now.
Don't worry, take it easy. You
No,
don't
you
know.
can't.
Don't do that. That's a wrong thing. Because I remember when my mom died, and people telling me, well, Auntie, don't worry, she's going in a better place. How you know that? You been there?
Yeah.
You don't know that. The best thing you can do is just stay there and just shut up. I mean, probably I'm saying it wrong, Carl, but just stay there and just hush. If the person wants to engage you in a conversation, they will.
Yeah.
You don't have to do something, fight for that person to talk to you.
And if they want something to do.
Hello?
Mr. Andre.
Good morning.
Mr. Carl. Good morning.
Morning.
I hear about the problem.
Yeah,
And it's only who they need to know it,
exactly.
Who do they need to know it? So, Bandy, be strong. I know it's a hard time for you. Doesn't matter what somebody go tell you. Right now, your brain is like a clock. You don't go ticking. But don't let it tick too fast. You know, you is a child of God, and you know God. When he come in hitting hard, and I just say there is time sometimes that how God testing you to know if you is a real child of God.
I don't believe that, I honestly don't believe that.
You don't believe
God
that?
could never test me by taking away that which I love and cherish the most. I don't believe that. And nobody come in and tell me, oh, God, don't worry, God testing you. God test me for what? Why you mad? I don't believe that one, Keno, seriously.
But, well, I say that I don't.
You could say it and you could believe it, but I don't believe it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, I'm just telling you, I don't believe. Forget that.
You have to be strong. No matter what, but you have to be strong. And I'm pleading I know. I don't pleading. I know that he's going to get this support from his family and the neighborhood to cherish him. No matter they go try to comfort him, but it's a hard thing. Very hard thing.
All right.
Yes.
Thanks for calling, love.
Okay.
Okay, good. Carl,
Yeah.
Bunny Wailer did this song. Tell me if you know it. 91.9. Celebrating the life of Chester David's wife. That's all we can do. Master, you there, bro?
Yeah, man, I did, yeah.
Yeah, who feels it knows it all, man.
I love to
Something is wrong. Maybe you need to come a little bit closer to the device, because I'm kind of like yeah, that might be better. Yeah, I don't know, something is wrong. Maybe something is wrong with my ears this morning.
No. Somebody mentioned I wanna go and say the info.
I don't. They message you. They didn't message me. Let me see. Ask them if it is still echoing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I hope they'll pick it up. It may have been because we did lose power, and I did not make an adjustment that I should have made this morning on the board. And now that you spoke about the echoing, I've just made that adjustment there.
Is it still echoing or is it fixed? The person who messaged me.
It should be fixed now. It will take a couple of seconds for them to hear the different quality, but it should be fixed now as I speak.
Indicate to us if it's still echoing, man.
I don't. It shouldn't be another this time.
The person say fix.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. So everything good? Outside of?
Yeah, everything. All things considered. Taking everything in consideration. It's good because I'm alive.
Well, yeah. Why has nobody said it's good because they're dead?
And that's the case in point. Nobody says it's good because they're dead. But
and nobody said, and nobody says, Carl.
Yeah.
And nobody says it's good because they're dead. And nobody says, well, I think things will be a lot better if I die.
But I heard some people say that already when they're in a particular state.
That is just talk. I just talk. What's that? I just talk.
But one other thing, like when somebody says they're in a better place, upon now that a bit, don't worry, man, they're in a better place. As you rightly say, how do you know? Have you visited that place to know?
To know. You've never visited that place. How do you know it's a better place? Don't worry, man, they're in God's hands. Who tell you that? Don't come and tell people that, or they must not do that, And they say, oh, well, that is my way of consoling you. Don't try to. Just sit there and listen. If I want to talk to you, I will talk to you. Carl, we've got Waterwise.
Yeah,
I'll be right back with you. Stay with us. All right, good.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Good morning, listeners, and welcome to Waterwise, a production of the National Water and Sewage Authority, Nawasa. Thanks for joining us this morning. I am Jamila Lewis. Today, we are finally wrapping up the interview with Nawasa's General Manager, Mr. Christopher Husbands, and Mr. Michael Archibald on Business Forum program on WPG10. Today, the feature will be on the Nawasa app and efforts to give customer a more customer-focused experience.
You seem to be a little more generous, nicely. I'm happy about that, with people in arrears, giving them a little bit more time than other utilities I could mention. And I think, given the importance of water, I'm happy to note that, very happy to note that. You have an app now. You want to talk about that app that I've heard advertised to your customers?
Thank you. Yeah, we have an app, mobile.nawasa.gd. It's actually a web-based application at this point. We are looking at maybe opening it up and using some of the more common platforms. This was developed locally, and we continue to improve it. And it's all part of us trying to improve the customer experience. Within the last year, we've started accepting payments with credit cards, etc., which is something our customers call for. We're in the process of finalizing a new customer information system, which we expect will facilitate the whole e-billing aspect, which we have been limited with now because of the software that we have. So we're trying to improve the customer experience, not just in terms of supply and consistency of supply. Our biggest problem now is the consistent quality of the supply. But in addition to that, we also want to engage our customers in a more convenient. Persons are calling in to get bill balances. Use the app mobile.nawasa.gd, sign up, and you have access to your accounts any time of the day. It's updated every day so that the information is correct. So you're going to hear more about this type of initiative to basically improve public's experience. That's what we basically continue to work on.
Well, I'm happy to see that I'm able to sit in my home at nights now and just pay my Nawasa bill, and I must say I'm enjoying that, and rather having to come down to Nawasa to make the payment. And I thank you for that. I'm going to make an attempt.
I thank you for the short advertisement also. Tell your friends.
I will do that. So I have to now try your app. I haven't tried that yet. Chris, we have come to the end, the time allocated for us. Would you like to leave a final message to the viewers?
I want to, first of all, thank the public for their support. You know, you spoke about our leniency with this connection is true, but I want to also place on record that we have a marked improvement in compliance. And I must thank persons for that. A marked improvement in people recognize the importance of paying their bills and paying their bills on a timely basis. That must be recorded. We also are going to continue to do our part to run the organization as efficiently as possible and improve the level of service. That's what people want. Sometimes, you know, a customer has a bad experience, and when you sit down and you understand what they're going through, you feel it yourself. Yes. So we've improved a lot. We've come a long way, but we recognize that we still have some ways to go, and we have to continue to work and do what is necessary to get us there.
Christopher, thank you very much. A most interesting and informative discussion, and I know that Grenadians listening in will also find it informative. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the listeners.
Well, that's all the time we have with you this morning. On behalf of the entire team at Nawasa, I am Jamila Lewis, wishing you a wonderful day.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting
Are you interested in getting an
needs.
affordable entertainment package that would serve your every need? Do you own a Fire Stick, Smart TV, or Android box? If the answer is yes, we have news. We can offer you a package that would cost you less than $9 per month. Yes, that's just $200 for the entire year. You would get over 9,000 live TV channels, 31,000 movies, and 4,000 TV shows for your entertainment. These channels include shows, entertainment, sports, news, movies, comedy, and lots more, including international, Caribbean, and local channels. Watch on your smart TV, phones, tablets, PC, laptop, and Fire Stick. We can also supply you with an HD Android box that would convert your TV into a smart TV. Not convinced? Then test our service now for 36 hours free. For more information, call or WhatsApp DP Marketing at 473-457-3546.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Hey, I know a store where you can get almost everything English. Things like quality cell phones with all accessories, various sizes of Bluetooth speakers for every occasion, clothing for men, women, and children of the highest quality, colognes, watches, and custom jewelry at the best prices in the nation. You can also shop for the best in baby items like disposable diapers of different brands and sizes. We have computers, fridges, microwaves, cookers, and washing machines. Also in stock are blood pressure machines and batteries for watches and more. Every deal is a steal. Visit Little England right here in the Quasi in Sutez. Call us today at 458-4111. That's 458-4111.
Yeah, man. Make me link back with my brethren. One time, boom! Boom, laga, 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 laga. Him there. What? You just hold on there, brethren. No, until the rest of them just, coming at this. Yeah, that's a big tune. You know that tune? Coming at this? Morning call again.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, man. I suppose I have a guest this morning, but him.
What time?
I was supposed to be, now, before now. Oh, let's say good morning to our friend in Karakukal. We're live on Sister Isles. Good morning.
Morning, Kari.
This is a just still one. Let me give you this one. So I was looking at my phone and I saw a call. I'm like, how come that phone is ringing? So I had to check it. and realized that the volume was off. But I left the volume off anyway. I realized I probably would have left the volume off since that could have been since Saturday, Carl. Since Saturday when I just didn't want to be disturbed. So in any event, I realized it was Linton Lendo. So I said, yes, good morning, and how may I be of assistance? And his question was he didn't even say good morning, just say, you working today? I'm like, yes, I'm working today. He said, well, yeah, today's a holiday, I ain't working. So I joined you at 7 o'clock. I'm like, just like that? He said, yeah, today's a holiday, I ain't working, man. So I guess I could work on holiday, but he can't work on holiday, Carl. Do you understand? This life is not good. Eh?
He like kitchen and say no work for carnival.
No work for carnival. Don't ask me to work for carnival. Isn't that what the song is? Don't ask me to work for carnival.
No.
So, August Monday. First Monday in August. Celebrated as Emancipation Day, innit?
Yeah.
I wonder how many of us really and truly understand this Emancipation Day.
Well, it seems that on the face of it, or what I understand emancipation to be, that we're not there yet.
I don't know. I think in Trinidad, in Trinidad they place a lot of emphasis because traditional, African wear is really and truly promoted on that day. I guess it's their way of wanting to reach out and touch the mother country.
But I think one time an attempt was made here to be Soto.
But Carl, you see, if you want this to happen, you have to go to the pre-primary schools. You have to go to the pre-primary schools so that it can start there. The children in the pre-primary school will sell it. After they've started it, they're going to sell it to their mummies and daddies and uncles and aunts and nephews and nieces and whatever. They're going to sell it to them because they're going to insist, mommy, well, you need to wear this. And mommy's going to break, daddy's going to break, and they're going to wear it on that particular day. Because and then as you sell it that way, it's going to come through and it's going to stay with them right through. But we ain't choose to. We ain't choose to.
From a bottoms up thing.
Yeah.
But in one of Bob Marley's song, kind of try to put it in perspective and emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but ourselves. There's something, as you say, ought to be instilled at an age where it grows on you and you recognize that it's something you want to be a part of and not just, an event.
Yeah, not just an event. Not just for, today. It should be something that's built in so that you know when it comes, it comes.
Situation 2-3.
Voice gone.
I don't know. The whole emancipation situation, Dre, as you see, together with starting at the school level. Also, you have to teach what emancipation is. Because you find a lot of people, if you really basically have a discussion with, or you attempt to have a discussion on emancipation as it relates to our ancestors and our foreparents, it's like they cannot be part of the discussion because they don't know what it is about. So I think all that is like you asking somebody to wear a particular apparel on a particular day without them even knowing the gist or the genus or the genesis of what you're asking them to do to it. And I think too much are important things in our history, too much are important things that we ought to know is not being thought by those in position and those who know, Andre. So you find we become a generation of we don't recognize what it is with our foreparents. We don't recognize that because nobody really tell us. Some of us who inquisitive enough might find out, but the general person, people we don't teach them things and them. We don't let them know here you came from here and you are here now. And what it means, the sacrifice and every other thing made then, so we could be where we at now. How the way was paved for us to be where we at. We don't get a feeling that is taught to the young ones, Andre.
Well, you don't have to get the feeling. It's just common knowledge that is not taught to the young ones. And I keep wondering at times whether or not it is a Grenada thing or whether or not it's a Caribbean thing. I think we're so very focused most of the times. And this time I'm saying we, because I'm included. We're so very focused most of the times on North America and Europe and their way of life. And we trying to find out everything that the Chinese do, whether it's good or bad. And we ain't finding out one thing, Carl, about what's going on in Nigeria, what's going on in Ghana and those countries. Hold on. It is also, and this is common disinformation. Listen to this carefully. Common disinformation, Carl, that people still believe that if you're in Africa and you're in Nigeria or you're in Ghana, wherever in Africa, South Africa, that they believe, and us black people believe that, that black people swinging from trees,
Yeah, well, that is disinformation, as you say, misinformation.
Yeah, common disinformation.
And those countries we tend to gravitate and copy. Those countries, the European countries, America and so on, they big on the history, At every moment they let you know what the history is, But in our context, that is why, Andre, there's a lot of act festivals or there's a lot of activities, and we sit and we say, whoa, like, okay, let's bring it to our local. Call it what you want, St. Patrick's Day. Call it what you want, the Rainbow City Festival. And we say, whoa, them thing and them dying and so on. But we never educate nobody as to the importance of those things, Andre. So it's like, you give people an opinion where this thing no matter when, and then you come back and say, oh boy, this thing dying, people do that. But you never really educate nobody. We don't educate the upcoming ones about emancipation. We never educate them as to the sacrifice made by our foreparents to have us where we are now. And we take a lot of things for granted. And even in the last particular exercise we had of election, what some people go through, women and poor people, there was a time you had to have a certain amount of work to be able to vote, and adult suffrage and so on. These things and them are not being taught, Andre. What is taught is competition and who could come first and who could have 10 O levels or A levels or what. That's what is being taught. And the genius of life, the fabric of life, our tapestry. Nobody is teaching that to the young ones. Where we came from and how we arrive at this point. So even when you feel you lose your way, you don't have a start back point because you don't know, Andre. As you see, the start back point might be the North American culture, and that is why North American culture is easy infiltrate or leaving. And I will say that here now, there are certain traits you see. The sagging of the pants. The wearing of the slippers with socks and things has its connotation in North America. But we are not, so we just hang on to it, not realizing the symbol of what we portraying because we're not taught, Andre. And then we blame thing, oh, this, that, and that. But have we done what is required of us? The pains that our ancestors and others took to get us here. We don't intend to make that sacrifice for our children anymore. It's just anyhow, as you see and you know, we let North America and like the television and so on teach and train the young people. We don't have no imprint in their lives. And then you say, oh, you make the children, but you don't make their mind. But you never try to imprint anything on them.
Well, Carl, we have a caller. We're gonna go to the caller, but that statement that people make, "Oh, you make your children, and you don't make their mind." Well, come on, that's the furthest thing from the truth, you know. The furthest thing from the truth, Carl, is that because you do have the opportunity to fashion their minds,
Yes.
and you never do. You don't do it, and oh well, I make the child. I don't make a joke. You're making. Do you understand? Let's take this caller. Good morning.
Right. Jay?
Yeah, you're echoing somewhere along the line. Turn the volume of the radio down, please.
That's better?
Yep, talk to me.
Yeah, sorry about that. Boy, between the three of us, yeah? Between you, your host, and I.
No, the listeners, the people listening. So
yeah,
say
this thing, and the listeners. Sorry, this program is so important. Eh? Sometimes it is beyond recognition. You know? But just imagine. Just to zero in on something. Look, Black history. This has been downplayed, right? Emancipation Day. This has been downplayed. Everything about us, Dre. Okay, just imagine. We talking in school. They're talking about teaching Chinese language. Do they ever mention about teaching an African language? Everything is about us. When I say black people, black people per se, it's just been downplayed and between us here, right, and the listeners, this thing is not done by accident, you know. This thing, I don't know if it is I don't know, but it is not been done by no accident. It has been, well, I don't know. Yes, a lot. We as a people, right, as the people, as elders, then, as the elderly, then, a lot more could. We should be doing a lot more, but a lot of these things on an overall basis it is not been done by no accident. You hear me?
Yeah.
It has been properly orchestrated. Look, a revolution happened just about 30 or 20 some years ago. Our children looks nothing about it. This thing is just supposed to be taught in school. Whether we like it, whether we take it, whether we are good, whether it's good or it's bad, it is our history. It is our history. It doesn't go to the who like it or who don't like it, or it's good or it's bad or it's right or it's wrong. This thing have nothing to do with it. It is our history, and our children supposed to know about it.
All right.
Right? It's supposed to be everything just so
Yeah, something is wrong with your phone.
Sorry.
Yeah. Something is wrong. Something went wrong with his phone. They're dialing. I guess, and it's not supposed to dial.
Two things.
Go on, Carl. Yeah.
The point you made just before the caller, about you make your children and you don't make your mind. I always like to refer to the book of Scriptures. And the book of Scriptures tell you straight up, train up a child in the way he or she should go.
Right.
And when they old, but we feel, and we have a particular notion of training children by giving them food to eat and buying them things. And we say we train them, and we allow other persons or other things to imprint on them. The next thing, a lot of times we come across as being ashamed of our history, Andre. But it should be known, the same nations we copy or we tend to copy from now, our history tells us we would build all these nations and them. We build America, cotton and so on, the sugar cane and everything down here, build European countries, but we feeling inferior. I don't know why, when we should be a proud set of people enough to recognize that history is one that cannot be, it stood the test of time. The intention of some races was not for us to be here at this time, but we make it through all it. We here, but that is not being taught to our children, so we don't give them a sense of pride. We don't make them feel proud to be melanin. So a lot of people tend to go on these bleaching vibes because they don't proud of the melanin, because we have not taught them how important melanin is. And in many studies, to have a great deal of melanin as we have is a plus for the operations of our system, brain and so on. But all these things are not being taught to the young ones, and then we see how we make them, we don't make them mind, but we never attempted to at least guide them in a particular way. Dre, when we growing up, in our time, even if it was not taught in school, and you go around your grandparent or so on, they'll sit you down and tell you certain things, Dre. Tell you their experiences on estates and so on and so on. And in their way of trying to not put you through what they went through, maybe was a double-edged sword, because they will tell you, "Well, we work so hard in this estate and thing, man, we don't want you to do that. So try not to be a farmer, try not to be that, try to be that." Maybe in their way of trying to think, it works as a double-edged sword. But I think our history is rich and beautiful enough for us to appreciate it, but for something we're doing like we are
Come.
ashamed of it.
Exactly. And that is that problem as it relates to appreciation and being ashamed of belongs to us. We have to
Yes.
embrace that problem, we as adults, because again, it goes back to the same thing I always say: we make with children, we ain't make their minds. We are not fashioning their minds, Carl. We are not teaching them that that is the way to go. We are not teaching them that, hey, this is part of you. So what they're seeing is the American culture, or the North American culture, they've been bombarded with it. And we are not preventing it from coming. We're not doing anything about it. And I go back to what you said earlier on, Carl. SPOD, Rainbow City Festival, Sedu. Where are they? The only time you hear about them is around this time of year. You hear about Rainbow City, so you know that Sedu is quote unquote intact. And then shortly from now, you will hear about SPOD, because it's going to be coming up to St. Patrick's Fiesta 2023. I, of course, have my blame to take here, because I was the president of SPOD for 1 year. But maybe I tried to make the changes too radically, because after the first year, the people decided, nah, they didn't want me to be, they didn't want me to be president again. But be that as it may, there are others who were before me, Carl, and others who came after. Others who came after. And these are persons that the members of the group wanted. And nothing happened.
So they didn't want Christopher Columbus in Italy.
No, they didn't want him in a room. But I'm saying, because presently I believe the acting chairperson of SPOD is Christine Lewis. And I hope and pray that Christine is just letting the carnival breeze finish blow, and she's going to dive right into what is going to be, I expect to be a premier festival in 2023.
Yeah.
St. Patrick's Fiesta. I hope that is what, and I trust that many people or many more will come on board.
Well, Andre,
as a acting chairperson, because I think she has the support of Cultural Foundation. As an acting chairperson, I believe that Christine needs to reach out, because that's one of the things I was trying to do. I was going to do in my second term if I had gotten the opportunity, Carl, was to reach out to the villages. We have what? 9 and 6? About 15 villages we have in St. Patrick's. Am I correct, Carl? Different villages?
In St. Patrick's?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that.
Because if we have 6 polling divisions in the east, right?
Yeah.
And 9 in the west.
But it could be able to come up because you have some polling divisions in the east that takes more than one village.
Like?
Well, Plains and Mount Fenji. Plains is a village, Mount Fenji is a village, but they're on the same polling division.
They'll be,
Well, you're not
but
far
anyway,
enough in
but
number.
yeah, not far. Right. So they're thereabouts. Now, if you reach out to these villages and you get one person, Carl, per village, that's 15 members on the committee already.
Yeah.
And out of that, out of those 15, 20 persons, you more than likely will be able to do so and form a very strong executive that can take this thing forward. Because SPOD, over the years, and it's because of the leadership, including myself, we focused on SPOD being too much of a sauteurs thing. So that you, Carl, you living in River-Sally, you did not feel SPOD, except if SPOD decided, okay, fine, we will get Live A Sally involved and have them do a bonfire on the court.
Yeah.
So that we can get people to come from different villages to view the bonfire. That was the only thing. So Live A Sally come up one night, they do a bonfire, and you never hear about anything about River Sally and Live A Sally again. That does not make sense. You have to get all the villages on board and spread the leadership of SPOD and take it away from being a sauteurs thing. Because that is how the villages see it.
And something that could be done to it could regionalize it to and have certain people responsible for region 1, 2, and 3, and then you culminate. But I want to make this point here. I need to make this point here, Andrew. We talk about the 2 festivals we mentioned. There are others, but the 2 festivals we mentioned. The quintessential thing of it, or the thing about them, in recent times, 2 of them lack any cultural activity. And that used to be the highlight of the boat festival, Dre. You used to go and see the richness of our culture. But now it becomes something like a block hole. Some music play there, some music play there. But before you look forward to see performance. And for example, like Calypso and thing, there were persons you didn't hear. But you could have go to them festivals and hear these people and them. The cultural other aspects of our culture, you used to go and enjoy. You know, when you come out in one of them festival in them times, you learn something or you found out something new as it relates to the culture and so on. So and that comes down to the crux of the matter, the linchpin, the whole thing of the whole cultural aspect of those festivals has lost.
Yeah, I remember, Carl. I remember the very first time I saw cocaine was at a St. Patrick's Fiesta. Very first time I saw cocaine. The very first time I saw and heard an electric drum set was Morse International, set up down by the old revenue office. And I was like, Or where are the drums? Because I'm hearing drums kicking brr, and I ain't seeing nothing. And then somebody said to me, oh, they're using electric drums. And I'm like, oh, so that is how electric drums work. That was because of Moss International. The best, Carl, the best I've heard the police band perform, and I'm not just talking one occasion, for about 2 or 3 years, was the police band setting up close to where on the, what I will call the downside of Smart Buy.
Yeah.
On the downside of Smart Buy, they'll build a stage there. And the police band will set up there. And they will.
That time Chicky was in real form.
I wonder if Chicky was even in the police band at that time, or even if he was there and able to play at that time, Seriously, Carl, because that was some time ago. And the police band will play, and thousands will gather just to hear the police band, all up on the banks and all, But as you said, today, it is more of a, how you call it? A blockhouse style. The first time I saw a one-man band with you hearing drums kicking, keyboards playing, guitar strumming, one man. He's no longer with us, Trevor Friday. He had that down close to just after Calico on the right-hand side of the road there. Trevor Friday had that. He set out there, and it was Trevor making magic with music there. And that was amazing to me, Carl. But today, you don't see it. And then I wonder, why did Moss International come? Did they come because they were being paid? Why did the police band come? Did they come because they were being paid? Or I don't know, Carl, and these are things that we need to investigate. Of course, Moss International is not there, but then we have other bands like Fahrenheit and all sort of other bands we have. Can we get them to come back so as to maybe help bring the band culture? We have some serious musicians, people like Iowa, who's a tailor down the street, close to Calico, close to the gas station down there. Iowa is a stunning guitarist. We have Abakai, Michelle Lee Robinson's son. He can play bass, he can play drums, he can play keyboards. There's a lady up in Monfenju. Don't remember her name. But she has a son, Carl. He can play every known instrument that we have in Grenada, including the violin. There is Ms. Moses' son, who is an avid musician also. Why can't we bring these people together, if only, Carl, for one day? If only for one day you bring these people together. And when I say a one day performance, and you have them, because now you have the bus terminal, right? So you bring them together on the bus terminals for one day and have them together, of course, but individually trill the people of St. Patrick with their talent. No, we don't have these things. These things seem to have gone. And the culture of the beer and the rum and the run down in long so and run up so and jump up in the air and throw water and throw drink on people. So a man put on his nice clothes and call he shirt spoil tomorrow because you decide you're throwing rum and coke in the air, or you're throwing beer in the air and you spoil the person's shirt, and that person never want to come back and have anything to do with St. Patrick's Fiesta again. That is what we have brought ourselves to. And you spoke about the sagging pants culture, Carl, and I cannot let you go on without mentioning and realizing that, hey, this sagging pants culture and this slippers and socks culture is a prison culture. And we were speaking this morning earlier about emancipating yourselves from this.
Yeah, from
because this is a prison culture. The sagging pants, the sagging pants came about as a result of you in prison. You ain't get your size because you don't have exact sizes. So the pants is going to sag, and you have to pull it up every minute. You wear what you get. That's one. Two, the slippers and socks is simply because you are not allowed to have shoelaces. Because you can use it to kill somebody or kill yourselves. So you don't have shoelaces, so you're allowed slippers. And most of these prisons, Carl, they can be cold. Do you understand? And that is where our problem is.
Some of the points you made day one, you talk about the music. You know, and that could be a learning thing for young people or persons who are able to sing with band. Well, you know, a lot of people cannot sing with band. We have a lot of artists here.
Ask Lava Man.
Right?
Ask Lava Man.
I hear.
I say ask Lava.
Yeah, some of them cannot sing with band. And then you, but our sister or friends in Carriacou seems to have a better handle on the cultural thing, because some of the cultural thing kind of still have some substance to it. And if Carriacou could maintain and have the substance, why can't we here do that? We're from the same piece of cloth. It should not be, it is not something impossible so to do. But like I say, the whole cultural part of it, we don't recognize how rich our culture is. And it's sad, when you look at it. And I always be
very sad.
In our discussion, I always speak of life as a relay. What you pass on. If you don't pass the baton, you can't win it. If the baton fall, you can't win it. If you look at as a relay, anytime the baton fall, that team is out of the race. And we allow the baton to fall in our melanin race. So winning is something, and I always like to make mention of Willie Lynch, and persons might ask why you always support Willie. Willie Lynch was the man who openly say, for black man to get himself, melanin man to get himself back on track, it's taking them 400 years. And in the grand scheme of things, 100, and we haven't started yet. Because we still have this kind of culture of competition and us and them, and outdo the other person at the expense of them. We don't care what happened to them along the way. As one
we into person, the outdo culture at this time. Outdo the next man, outdo the next woman.
We don't care what we don't care what we have to do to the other person. Demonize them, ridicule them, bring them to the lowest just to get the better of them. And then we feel comfortable about ourselves. But the whole generation, we don't care if we mash it up, is the born church folk to rose conceit syndrome. And we're not getting an Andre. If we reach the place where everybody is up to a particular level, the whole society benefits.
That is what we don't understand and we don't realize.
But when we us and them the thing, we don't get in no way. It's like Dre. I read one time and a man put that in his perspective. If we all end up into a septic of feces, I cannot be taking out the bigger set of pieces by me and pelt it over by you and say that we're not all of us still in the feces. And that the culture are going, and some people feel once it don't affect me directly, they don't care, but it erodes the whole thing what we in. And ultimately you get to us at some stage. And I think the whole curriculum in school and all that kind of thing have to rethink. And it's not about first and second and third and competition based. Competence should be the thing. Competence. Teach the children to be competent at what they're doing. Then no use you some having 15, and because a man is not up to a particular thing in penmanship and so on, you put him and say this guy no good. But if you check mostly all the invention the melanin people has involved in world history, wasn't the elite set of melanin people, you know, was the ordinary set of melanin people what came up with those inventions. So that to tell you how we have to bring the thing and ensure no one is left behind. We can't go in forward a few and leave in the rest behind and then complain and say, oh, the ladies all doing the men. But what have we done to ensure that we bring the men up to speed? We saying yes, we pointing out, oh, they want to do that, they want to do that. But what have we as a people done to assist them? If we recognize that they need more help, we need to do that. We need to understand, hey, here's what is happening, and here's what we need to do. It won't happen overnight in many cases, but if we put in the work, you can't expect not to plant, and when time comes for harvest to reap, it doesn't work so. But as you say, it is an indictment on all of us. We cannot just sit conveniently and point fingers at the rest. It's a serious indictment on all of us. So going forward is something we have to get to understand. You're gone on me, man.
Why would I go?
Well, I didn't see you.
No, if you are the one narrating, why should I take up space? And at the time when you're narrating, people should see.
It seems that topic has touched a tone with a lot of persons because they're messaging and saying it's a good topic. But it's something, those issues or discussions we have to hold. And from those discussions we have to, because we don't want to lose a whole generation and then blame the generation for what we have not done or passed on to them. And the culture is part of the whole thing. So in the whole speak of emancipation. Because if a lot of people understand what it took from our foreparents to get to this point through emancipation, they would have a better appreciation for the festivals and so on, and a better appreciation for the culture, Andre.
Carl, I want to say, I'm going to say something here, which probably is not going to go down pretty well with a lot of people. But over the years, in recent years, and within the past 10 years or so, Carl, you would have heard of different Grenadians or first generation Grenadians working with major people like Beyonce and others. And these people, they lay claim. Grenada, I'm Grenadian. And again, Carl, I'm more than likely maybe will suffer from this, but that it's not okay. But if that's what has to happen, then let it happen. We have Grenadians representing us, Carl, all over, doing different things. As the Igwe would say, making their paper and doing different things. We praise them. We adore them. We roll out red carpet when they come home. Carl, what do they really do? And then somebody can say, oh, well, they put us on the international stage. Carl, have they ever done so and decide, you know what? I want to be part of an ad, part of a publicity stunt to do so and sell Grenada outside of just doing so and performing in a band, performing on the track, performing on the field, performing at a job. Are you doing so and being a part of, Carl? A part of anything that we can see outside of us? You just then, well, that person is a gradient. Carl, I'm tired of that. I'm really and truly tired of that. And I believe that something we need to start doing so and look at the thing differently. Honestly.
Well, I need to ask a big question. It begs a question here. At this point, Andre, in our history, are we ready to put our political differences aside and embrace Grenada? You made an important observation, but here I have a parallel argument. One Louis Hamilton had a situation where he has roots here, and he was willing to sort of advertise Grenada on Mercedes Formula One thing, the flag, and when any company or any country flag gets on a Formula One vehicle, is a big thing because of the reach of Formula One outside of the region, and people would become interested in finding out. And we let our political differences do let us capitalize on that. So sometimes what you say is right, and it happens, but it happens the other side when we're not willing to put the sword down. And even in war, we tell the whole handshake and so on. If you realize how it was born, is like a symbol of good gesture where the man know how to take his sword and he use his hand to shake yours and so forth. But sometimes, in our quest, again, competition, again, one-upping, again, winning at any cost, we lose our opportunity with Louis Hamilton. And one might say, oh, but it's just like Carnival. We know that when you have Carnival and the activities here, like we have in here now, the country gains financially. We might not be able to put our finger and say how it is. And I always like to use the lighthouse definition. When there is a lighthouse, you cannot say on any given night how many sheep it helps. But when you take the lighthouse out, a lot of sheep go run into problem. So sometimes we don't understand what it is, and before trying to understand, because of our political gamesmanship, because we feel we're not part of our political affiliation, is not part of it, we say, nah, we don't let in that up. So sometimes we as a people have to dig down and sit down and search ourselves, or as one would say, stand up in front of the mirror and watch. Because too often we tend to focus on the other person and what they're doing and what they're not doing, and we don't focus in on how we could help bridge the gap or bring the situation to something. And as you see earlier, and it's an indictment on all of us. This little rock here, win, lose, or draw, is an indictment on all of us if you don't go right in. So sometimes when the process comes, when we have to do what it is like election and thing, we have to do what we have to do. But when the process has settled and the dust has been settled and decision made, it is incumbent on all of us to do what is necessary. So some of us claiming patriotic status, but we still in the whole divide and rule thing. Divide and rule, break down that one, say you make it. And we have to get away from that if we really love the country. Like, I always say, these people saying, NNP people go say, die my time. NDC people go say, by my time. But the question I ask, when is Grenada time? When would Grenada have its time? And the whole sphere of emancipation, the whole sphere of the culture, the whole sphere of our journey to reach here, where we came from the motherland to here and all what we've gone through. This is something that should be first and foremost in our history and our teaching. So everyone should know. Because a lot of times we see a lot of things happening and we blame the person, but sometimes they really don't know. So they end up playing dummy don't know. So I think, as you rightly say, it is not something that we should just sit down and point fingers out. We too should ask ourselves, what am I doing to help? What have I done? And then when we get to that point as individual, we go recognize that we must come to the common agreement that we need to do what is necessary for Grenada. Because Grenada has given us so much. It's time we give Grenada something and not give them something in order to hope that you get something for giving something. That's my humble view on the situation, Andrea.
Well, I thought you were gonna leave me out of it totally, Bridget. The way you were going, I say, well, tomorrow you're finishing. I got a surprise for you, Carl.
Yeah.
Would you like to have it?
Yeah.
How about this?
Wow. My brethren.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm a good man, a good.
A good man.
What's new, man?
Well, heavy rain. Most of my 2 planting tree end up falling asleep. Surprising, and it reminds me of what my friend, former MP Gregory Bowen, was saying. Hey, let's create a buffer in case there is a disaster. You got money there, to carry on. That rain reminds me of that. And that buffer is what NDC enjoy now. So that weather really, really resonates what my friend Gregory Bowen was saying and what he did. Create a buffer, have enough money put aside. So in case there is a disaster or a pandemic, we have enough money to survive. So that weather was really surprising, shocking, and I don't think anybody prepared for it. I'd prepare for it. So
well, I believe that there was a bit of there's a situation where the Met Office, I'm not going to put them to the sword, but they dropped the ball a bit. I do believe, because it must have been something that they could have seen in relation to the weather. However, where were all the armchair forecasters, Carl? How come they didn't see this? How come all the armchair forecasters who are quick to do something when the Met Office says something, they're saying something different and causing panic in people? How come none of them saw this? Can anybody help me here? Carl, KB, can you guys help?
But just strangely, them training knew about our weather. Because somebody from Trinidad, Tibale go get a lot of rain this morning here.
I'm not saying that people didn't know. I'm asking the question now about the armchair Met officers, the armchair forecasters, those who did not go to big school. They depend on phone and internet. Where were they? How come they didn't say anything?
Andre, and I was say that plainly, New dispensation, you don't nice in them out to be mischief now. New dispensation.
And what does that mean in reference to what I just said?
Well, they don't have an appetite now to go about beating up on it. Because before there was this thing when Nadma put out a bulletin, you've seen 100 other armchair bulletins out. I don't know, maybe they went in Juve in July and they didn't wet or something.
Oh, Juve in July. Did you get to go, Carl?
Nah.
Why? KB, did you get to go to Juve?
I passed through, boy. That was massive.
It was massive?
At least rain, people enjoy going and playing the mud in Rainbow City.
In Moonlight City?
Well,
yeah, Moonlight City, yeah.
Well, you look forward to the mud.
Yeah, well, the mud is synonymous with Moonlight City.
Yeah, so that rain really
helped them.
Yeah. They did enjoy themselves. They had a good time.
They had a good time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy for them. No fights?
I don't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything about fights. I saw some crazy driving afterwards.
Yeah.
Some crazy. As a matter of fact, I was in Madei's Junction, and Carl, one guy coming from the Monfenju way, and he was going to Lamode. And when he pulled the corner, Carl, he ended up on the right-hand side of the road. If there was another vehicle there, trouble. And my good cousin Danny was seated there. And he says, wow, that guy ain't reaching far. So I'm like, nah, don't say it like that. Danny left about 10 minutes later, Carl. And then he called me back and says, I think it was somewhere, maybe between Chantemel and Samaritan area. The guy was off the road.
What is interesting is Dan, he don't know what kind of driving. So when he tell you that,
he should know. Yeah, he should know.
He's speaking from an area of experience. So when he tell you that man don't make it, you could have bet $2,000 because he know.
And interestingly, just when he called back and said that there's one guy there, he said to me, Andre, don't say anything. You remember what happened 3 years ago when you were seated here around about the Easter time? And I'm like, okay, fine, I'm not going to say. There's a guy going up, all these bikes pass around Easter. And Carl, there was this guy on this four-wheeler. And he passed the junction, and I looked at him as he was going around the corner. And I said, but you ain't passing, loudly, I said, you ain't passing the gas station. Carl, he crashed in the junction. Where the gas station is, he crashed there. People do so and they call me all kind of murderer. So, but there was some crazy driving, and I do hope. Okay, there's KB and his alarm, and I do hope, Carl, that it is not a reflection of what is going to happen throughout the season. I do hope that those who are here renting vehicles know that we're a country, we drive on the left-hand side of the road and not on the right-hand side of the road. So if you're coming from England, then you're okay. But if you're coming from North America, then if you're on the right side of the road, then you're on the wrong side. All right, please remember that. And try your best to don't drink alcohol and drive. Don't smoke weed and want to fly. Right, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to drink alcohol, then you have to do something and get a designated driver. Right, Kevin?
Yeah. Andrew, what is people bombarding me about is that letter from Kinja Maturin. Could you throw some light on it for me? I'm puzzled.
Well, if you tell me about the letter, I can try to explain. Okay, the letter basically said that she was not interested in picking up the senatorial position.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Why? What's wrong with it?
Yeah, my problem is that I'm asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
I expect a position like that. Some conversation had to take place between the PM and Miss Maturin.
The PM?
Not the PM, the former political leader, the political leader of the NNP and Miss Maturin. And at least they should arrive at some kind of consensus.
Mm-hmm. So who is to say that conversation was not held?
Well, if conversation was held, the political leader must get a sense of whether she accepting that position or not. And that's supposed to be very private.
What if she decided when they spoke, what if she had decided, okay, fine, yeah, I'm going to take it. And then a couple of days afterwards, after sitting down and speaking to friends who are close to her, speaking to her husband, taking into consideration the fact that she had children, including a new baby, and realizing that, hey, you know what? Although I told the political leader of the opposition, Her Majesty's opposition, as Carl would say, although I did say that, yes, I was going to take this position, but the challenges of keeping this position and doing justice to it at this time, I believe that someone else can pick up that mantle and do a better job than I can. So let me, one, reach out to Dr. Mitchell and say, hey, I'm going to publicly,
Andrew,
not accept it.
That is putting the cart before the horse. I expect her. When Dr. Mitchell asks her, I expect her to do that. What you say, do it first. Consult the family first.
Okay.
Get a consensus before you give the Dr. Mitchell an answer. You can't give him an answer and say, okay, and then all of a sudden this thing out in the public. Because
what are you blaming her? You're blaming her here for what she did not do.
Yes, because
okay,
the
hold on. Yeah, you've laid it.
Okay, yeah.
You're blaming her for what she did not do, and you're saying the perception is that, oh, fine, there's no unity. But however, the reality is, and I'm going to say this word, and then Carl is going to pick up from where I stop. The reality is, it is a true sign that democracy reigns within the NNP. Carl. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let's Carl go
now,
ahead.
Based on the subject matter, I would agree that democracy reigns. Because, all right, like, not understanding what really happened, one could deduce our other side. But if you understand what really took place, you would understand that democracy is at work. Like KB, I went in Grenville, one of the man as I reached a known supporter of the NDCC, where Master Carl King just slap all in your face, boy.
The perception.
No, but listen, he ain't finished.
I listen to him.
He ain't finished.
You finished, Carl? Go ahead.
So that brought me to the point where I had to try to get some understanding of the situation. Understanding the situation, clearly, democracy is really at work in the end.
But you saying that, but I don't see that. Andrew saying that, I don't see that. The perception on the ground, it gives the impression that her name was out there without her consent. So she turned on us and said, look, I don't want that. That is the perception on the ground.
Did you read the letter?
What do you mean I read the letter?
No, I'm asking, yes. Did you read the letter? Did the letter say to you, I don't want this, I'm turning you down? Did the letter say that to you?
That had nothing what the letter say. I tell you, the perception. This had nothing to do with true or false. What people believe. The perception in the ground listen, Andre, politics is perception. Is what people believe. That had nothing to do with what is true or false or the contents of the letter. Is what people believe. They believe that, hey, we did not consult her and she just slapped us in the face. Because had we consulted her and she consulted her family, she was going to give us the right answer. That's what they say. How could she give us that answer? Yes. And all of a sudden just turn wrong.
How do you know it's all of a sudden? How do you know how long? No, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you know how long she was informed that, hey, you're going to do this? And do you know how long it was before she wrote the letter that she had accepted the position? Do you know how long? Hold on. You like to do so and interject. Hold on. I don't interject on you. Okay, you go ahead.
Andre,
you go ahead.
This thing happened to not years and months, It's a couple of weeks. And we have to make sure when we're doing something now, we don't get serious, any kind of have any serious political repercussion. We going forward, we want unity. We want clear decision. We want everybody on the same page going forward. We don't want the political leader saying one thing or doing one thing and other people doing another thing and say other thing. That is not going forward in unity. There must be clear path, what we agree to and where we're going. And this create this give serious doubts whether we have unity going forward. That's what I'm saying. You have to clear the air on what happened. I cannot explain it. I cannot explain because the perception is that, hey, we put out her name there and she reject us, she slap us in the face. And going forward now is not good for the NNP going forward. We don't want people pulling there and pulling here. We want unity going forward. That is my take on it.
You just keep saying I
don't talk now. You could talk when you could say what you want now.
Well then hush now.
Well, I hush. You speak now.
You just keep regurgitating. You like a cow.
Go ahead.
You grab, you swallow, and then you just keep bringing it back up and chewing it and bringing it back up and chewing it and bringing it back up and chewing it.
Go ahead.
Let Carl talk to you. Let Carl talk to you. Carl not to clear the air. Carl knows how to talk to you. No one had to clear air for you.
Me, the public, you have to clear the air with, not me, no.
Well, there you go again. Come on, knock out behave now. Hey, Carl.
Now, Andre, trying to understand the situation, you know, perception is in politics plays a big role also. And I guess in time, what has to happen, that particular situation must be explained. Because in lieu of that situation being explained, the perception of some would not be, you wouldn't sit well. Because what really happened at KB to me is a situation where most persons don't really understand what is at play here. You understand, KB? But KB, what is your true take on that?
I cannot explain it because that is a kind of internal matter. I cannot explain that, but it don't look good going forward. You're looking as though
but in your view, based on what you're saying, how you think it could be fixed?
But I'm sure that could fix now. It's out in the public already. Public already start speculating. Nothing we could do. We just leave it like it die natural death. What do you want to tell them now when they already drew the conclusion? It was something that happened.
Part of the letter says, in no way, shape, or form, the human is willing to be associated as an NMP. You know. You realize that, KB?
She willing to be associated as an NNP?
Yeah, because you see, that in no uncertain terms in the letter, that is not an indication that she moving away from the NNP.
Yeah. I don't know why they allow that to come out in public. They could have withhold that letter and do for a while and settle that before they come out in public.
But all I would say, KB, it is what it is. And you would have come out in public sometimes, so it's best. I think the party handled it in a manner to bring it out and control the narrative about it. Then he had to come out and then question and to ask, and he looked like he was hiding something. But if it does the situation as is, yes, I understand your thing about the perception, yes. Politics have a lot to do with perception. But sometimes when situation happen, you have to control the narrative too.
I know. Pick you up. In your opinion,
it was yes, the situation is what, but I think it was an astute political move to bring it out in that way and then control the narrative. Because yes, the perception, but if it came out otherwise, like somebody come out and say, we hear that through the grapevine, and our sources say that, you don't have much more speculation going on now. But seeing that it come out, she addressed it. I mean, if you deem the situation a bad one, I think politically it was handled. Politically, you cannot control how one's perception would be on something. Because even if one does something quote unquote right, as we say, or politically correct, you still have persons with their own perception. I think as an organization,
I have a caller here. Carl, I have a caller here. Let me take that caller.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I would like to ask KB a question.
Go ahead, he's listening.
Okay, KB, have you ever met in a situation like Kindra Maturin show that you accepted something and after analyzing it, knowing that you would not be able to achieve your goal, and you decide, no, I don't think I should continue. So let me immediately turn it over to
someone else who can do justice.
It happens. And I agree with you, it happened many times. But what I'm saying, situation like that, the impression the public get, right?
Well, listen. It won't matter what you do, how you do it, when you do it, the public will speak. To speak, they will. To condemn, they will. It doesn't matter what time of the day. But she had done right. Hit the nail right now while the iron is red. It's hot now. She did it now. If she had done it later, and they have to speak, they will speak, they will condemn, they will say what they have to say. You cannot change. That is human being. So please, give it a chance and watch democracy grow. Be a part of democracy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Andre Donald.
Yeah.
Somebody just remind me here by sending a text. And I think Master Kali always does see the greater good for the greater number. And that is a classic case of the greater good for the greater number. That's somebody's opinion. What say you, Andre?
Or what say KB, or what say me? You want me to respond to that?
Yeah.
It has always been the belief of the political leader of the New National Party that the greater good should be for the greater number of people. In this particular situation, how can we draw parallels with what Kindra did and what is the greater good for the greater number of people? Kindra realized that, hey, I cannot, because being a senator, especially, and people not understand, they say, oh, what happened if she would have won? Hold on. Being a senator, especially a senator in opposition, is one of the hardest tasks to deal with when it comes to Grenadian politics. I'm putting in Grenadian politics. Being a senator in opposition is a difficult task. The woman accepted it, and probably there's the school of thought, Carl, she could have accepted it, not realizing. And then when she sits with somebody like her husband, who was a senator in opposition for a long while, correct, Carl? He was a senator in opposition too, wasn't he?
No, I don't sure what opposite here.
Anyway, but he was a senator. So they would have sat together. After she would have accepted and say, yeah, Dr. Mitchell, I think, yeah, I can do this. Just coming from being the representative for Karakopili. She would have said, yeah, Doc, I think I can handle this. And then she goes back and she sits to the husband. She says, hey, I accepted today, after conversation with Dr. Mitchell, I accepted today a senatorship. And this is what it is. And it is possible that he would have said, Nigel said, hey, Kindra, what you're taking on is or can be described as an insurmountable task. And he would have laid out a number of things for her. And these are things that she didn't know before. And then he probably would have laid out and say, okay, fine. We have the kids, and this is what is happening, and this is what, some of the challenges can be.
And before the practice.
And we have a law practice. All these things. And she just said to him, you know what, Nige, I think you really made a lot of sense there. So I'm going to think about it for a bit, and then I'm going to make a decision. And she probably thought about it for a couple of days. I went back to her husband and said, hey, you know what? I think I've made the decision that I'm going to concentrate on, we're going to stay together and concentrate and build a practice to what we think it should be, and take care of the children to the best of our ability at this particular point in time. And I will have to, in order to accomplish all of this, I will have to not accept Dr. Mitchell's offer as leader of the opposition to be a senator.
So why she didn't do all that before? Why she didn't do all that before, Andrew?
Hold on, Carl.
This is the most.
Carl, hold on.
Listen,
Carl,
Andrew, I hear your reason. I hear your reason.
If you ask hold on.
I hear your reason.
If you ask a question, let me answer.
What answer? Why she didn't do that before?
Well, dignify me with an opportunity to answer and hush.
Go ahead,
Dignify me with an opportunity to answer. Why didn't she do all that before? I'll answer it this way. Why Bernard Code and them didn't do all the right things they had to do before they come to the revolution?
Don't equate that with Bernard Code and them. This is the most cabuse reasoning I hear you for a long time. That reasoning you want to make excuse for Kindra is the most cabuse kind of reasoning I hear for you for a long time. This thing is embarrassing. Embarrassing. Why is an intelligent person like Kindra Maturin? She's a lawyer. She's a lawyer. She offers an important position. Listen, an intelligent person like Kindra Maturin. You've been offered an important position. Like senator, you don't go and consult your family. You give the okay. When it is in public, then you go in and consult your family and give a different answer. This thing is put in the court before that is a cabuse reason, Andre.
Call KB to speak. Not me, call KB. He that's speaking.
But one thing we forgetting here, in all
him.
Well, we having a discussion, so it's we.
Him.
And that point.
No.
And
him.
And that point, we seem to forget. There was a particular date and time for the exercise of the instrument to happen, which was Thursday. So she had to act when she recognized she don't want it before Thursday. So the writing of the letter, that was say it has to happen because she couldn't wait until Thursday and don't turn up. Don't turn up Thursday would have been worse than writing the letter.
NNPI.
Well, if she didn't turn up Thursday, then the perception would have been a particular way. So even but KB,
I listen to you.
Saul left and on the way to Damascus to prosecute Christian, a light shining here, and then when he meet up with the Christian, and he say, "Boy, I come to join all here." So the light shining she eye on the way to Damascus, so she had to lie.
That was a late call.
Well, Paul had a late call. Stop regurgitating like corner. I tell you that already.
Got that wrong, Paul. Paul, don't fall for himself.
We have a caller.
Take the call.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
oh boy.
I am not satisfied that you all making good of these statements there. If you remember last week, myself and Mr. Donald and Mr. Carl would have argued a little bit on that.
Argue?
Argue a little bit on that. We have different opinion on that. Same matter. And I stand with what KB is saying now. The fact remains that it doesn't look good politically, and the lady had a right, if she wasn't satisfied, to give some thought to it before she gave Dr. Mitchell the answer. Right? And it doesn't look good politically. Whatever we say now wouldn't change it. It does not look good politically. And it's not the first time we see those things happening. Miss Bernadine accepted the job as political leader of the NDC. And at a certain time, she said that because of her grandchildren and her mother and her health, she had to give up. If she had become the political the prime minister, would she have given up? Left their concern. So we have to understand this thing. And it doesn't matter who. Wrong is wrong. It does not look good in the political field.
Thank you, Mr. Bridgman.
If you had 2020 vision to begin with, there will be no problems in the world. Right, Carl?
Well, he feel the thing is not taking the discussion in its proper context. The
Thank you.
discussion is the woman did what she did. So we cannot Monday morning quarterback and bring other things.
Yeah.
Because
If she win, what she did,
so,
she did not win.
So if Clifford talked to her and she tell Clifford why she do that, he might have said anything. If we cannot if here, we could only give you opinion here. And we don't have to agree one another opinion here. Because all what we're doing here is giving our opinion. The thing about it, like KB said, the perception is in a particular way. But perception is not greater than reality at the end of the day, but in politics, it has a heavy weight. But in the context of the gradient context, it was best to do it that time and then deal with it after.
You know
That
something
is
which
something
is
hanging with you.
You know something that's very important, Carl? Opinions, and that is something we forget, opinions influences at all times the perception of the masses. And we have to be cognizant about that. So when KB comes with his opinion and those who genuflect to his word, Carl, they be like, yeah, KB, you're right. Like Maxwin and them Dummy James and them like that. They be like, yeah, what KB is saying is correct. Again, I say, opinion of those, I ain't gonna leave, I'll leave the blank. Opinion of those, what?
No, I don't think it's proper to say KB wrong.
Did I say he was wrong?
No.
I never said.
Not you,
I never
not
said.
you. Not you. Not you. You say based on other person.
What? I am saying KB's opinion would influence those who genuflect to his word. So it is correct. It is correct to say that his opinion forms the, what's the word we've been using for since KB? The perception, which becomes the reality of others. His opinion. Because if nobody has his opinion, that perception of that which may be a reality is not formed. And we must understand that. Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. You.
Let's change the topic.
Oh.
Let's discuss something. I spend the whole day knocking my head against a brick wall.
That's you?
Let's change it.
That's you? Anytime you do something, you realize, well, water over the bridge for you, duck.
Because I ain't come here to win no argument.
No, not about here to win.
I want to move on. I already give my opinion on it, and I feel we should move on. Carl, what is your opinion about the present Prime Minister statement about closing down marketing board? What is your opinion? What do you take on that?
Marketing board has its function, and closing down marketing board would not be an answer to the perceived non-performance of the entity. If there's reason, and we all have a view on marketing board, how we could make it more efficient, I think that should be the first order of play, to make marketing board be efficient to the terms of reference of marketing board. Because marketing board was created by the PRG, a regime for all intention and purposes the present Prime Minister holds in very high esteem. And maybe he has connections with persons who are associated with. So I think you could revisit those persons and find out what is the true mandate of marketing board and try to put structures in place to get it operational, because it has its role. It has its role. So I don't see point blank closing down and thing. And speaking on this medium, I hope the whole closing down is not to bring it back in another form for one of the boys. You know, a lot of times we say close down, privatize, and then one of the boys end up with it and it don't make any sense. So I hope it's not the intention to give one of the boys for private promises made. There are a lot of private promises that has been made. So, and the marketing board was one of those promises made to one of those boys. I say that here. I'm not sure. What's your take, KB?
My take on that, when you voted into power,
Perception again, eh?
when you voted into power, is to fix what is wrong and don't make excuse. Nobody vote you in power to make excuse. Fix what is wrong. Now, the revolution, established that marketing board. The purpose was to make life easier for the ordinary man. Make sure sugar is at a cheap price. Rice and milk, those basic commodities that really affect the poor man, that you cut off the middleman, you import it and you sell it directly to the poor man. So that profit the middleman making out. So you keep that milk, sugar, rice, and so on very cheap for the poor man to survive. Also, the marketing board was to purchase the fruits, the vegetable fruits from the farmers and find market. And all of a sudden, marketing board starts selling roti in Grenville. Halico supermarket in Grenville. Spread the rings wide. The purpose, the objective of marketing board, we lost that. All kind of mismanagement took place. I kind of agree with the present Prime Minister. Something ought to be
you
done.
agree or you don't agree? This kind of
Well, I agree with him.
Yeah, well,
in a
agree.
sense that something ought to be done with marketing
say
board.
you agree, not
I don't agree for the government to continue subsidizing a sick, organization, like marketing board establishment. I feel they should have to close it down, fix it, leave the same name, but go back to basic, what it was intended to do, to sell things cheaper for the ordinary man. Because recently, Kenny Lal Singh that was bringing in rice for them, Kenny Lal Singh that was bringing in sugar for them.
Are you sure?
Well, Kenny Lal Singh tell me that. He tell me KB he that bringing in the sugar for them.
Sugar, but not rice.
He used to bring in rice. He tell me he used to bring in rice. He told me that this week. I go question him.
Okay.
I say, Kenny Lal Singh used to bring in rice? Yes, I bring in rice for marketing board. I give them a couple of days. They sell it and they pay me my money. I bring in sugar for them. Sugar don't scarce, He said when he bring in sugar for marketing board, he give them a couple of days and they sell all the sugar and they pay me money. You understand? So the marketing board lost its intended purpose. So I agree the present Prime Minister should, let's say, close it down for a while and reorganize it, because you cannot subsidize it, take taxpayers' money and subsidize it. For instance, when our former Prime Minister take $1 million and give cocoa, I was upset. I said, don't give them a cent. Don't take we money and give Nutmeg Association. They mismanage your thing. Let them find a way out for themselves. Don't take taxpayers' money and give to them. Same thing with marketing board. It's a sick organization. Something ought to be done with marketing board. Close it down. The only thing you make sure you take care of the workers. But you put something in place that will benefit the farmers and also benefit the poor people. But exactly what the revolution intended to do, make sure the poor man gets sugar cheaper, get rice cheaper, get milk cheaper. That was the intended purpose of establishing marketing board. Not going in Grenville and sell roti and sell oil down. That was an embarrassment to everybody. What marketing board doing selling oil down in Grenville? Open buy place selling oil down. This is an embarrassment. You understand? And I blaming both the NNP and the NDC for not taking a position before and deal with marketing board.
But one could say selling oil was value added, not $200.
What's that?
One could say all the oil was value added to the raw material, the breadfruit and all that things they buy, they just add value to it. And
no, one can say it exactly as it is. If marketing board purchases breadfruit and they, at that particular point in time, they had an order And in trying to fulfill the order, there were some challenges. So they ended up with breadfruit on their hands. They couldn't sell it all locally in its raw state. So they added value, Carl Caton.
But use the best spin master I ever met. Use the best spin master I met, Andrew Dana. You could spin than everybody, Andrew Dana. You have thing you just leave alone. Don't make excuse for it.
That's not an excuse. That's a fact. That could happen.
Andrew spins. Use the best spin master. Spin for them. Spin for them. What marketing board have right to sell in Ireland boy or selling roti boy?
Okay, so what should they do, KB? Dump the breadfruit?
Leave that for other people to do.
Yeah, but they buy the breadfruit already.
Andre, put in yours, Andre.
Put in.
When you hear they do manji pop, you always want to cover for them. No. You have to condemn them, criticize them, tell them they're wrong, tell them they're doing stupidness.
But I mean, not God. How to tell them they're wrong?
But KB, in the whole context of marketing, I agree that you have to make marketing more work because it's not working.
I agree.
But at the same time, you have to spare a thought for the 160 something employees to it. And that is something one has to consider in the whole thing. But well, let's hope and believe that something will be done for marketing board to improve to what the mandate of marketing board is or should be. What else is new with you, KB?
Marketing board.
No.
Marketing board any checks.
Diversification again.
Now what the aisle down?
I can't stand marketing board selling oil long why. I mean, why make manje pop?
No. I don't agree with you. Honestly, I don't agree with you that they made manje pop. What marketing board did was add value, because if you have 100 breadfruit that's gonna spoil in the next 2 days, you have a choice. Dump it, give it away, or add value to it. And people who are coming in from England, people who are coming in from the United States, and people from wherever, and people locally who love oil down, they will be able to enjoy a plate of oil down. So I don't see anything wrong. Once you have the kitchen, they didn't go and set up a kitchen to do oil down. They have the kitchen, and the opportunity arose.
Andrew, yes, sir.
You want to give me a story now?
I'll tell you something.
Story time.
Yeah.
Story and then
I was given 4 estates to manage under the NDC.
Mistake.
4 estates.
Yeah, mistake they make.
The government was losing $1 million a year on those estates. And they asked me, KB, see how we could cut back that. What happened is everybody selling and everybody cashing. Watchman selling, manager selling, and all of them collecting the money. So I said, let me tell you something. Let one person sell, one person cash, and don't keep 1 cent overnight. When it's 2 o'clock, find your way down in Grenville and put the government money in the revenue office. You understand? In 1 year, we cut back that loss from 1 million to 600,000. The second year, we bring it down to 400,000. You understand? And it keep going down. What was Nazimbok's position? Get rid of those estates so you save $1 million a year. Use the shortcut. Get rid of the estate so we save $1 million. Instead of seeing that is a challenge, and let's see how we could cut back costs, he decided to take the easy way out. Same thing like what the position the NDC feel taking. Take the easy way out. Close it down. And I'm saying, no, fix it. Same thing we did on the estate. We tried to fix it.
The NDC did not say close it down.
We close on what?
Marketing board. They did not say that recently. Those are not the words of the Prime Minister.
What he said? Tell me what he said.
The Prime Minister, if I can paraphrase here, said that, hey, just realize that there's a possibility that this could happen. He didn't say he was going to close it down. He said there's a possibility it could happen.
Man said you intend to spend $1 million a month, you know.
That is correct. But he did not say that he was...
A bit in Andre.
Perception again.
Andre, let me tell you something.
Your opinion is forming a perception in people's mind.
Andre,
Careful.
Andre, had I had that information during NNP time, NNP government was spending $1 million a month to keep marketing board afloat. I was going to suggest to Dr. Mitchell to close it up. But I didn't have that information.
What was you?
Well, I was going to suggest that I wasn't going to demand and insist. I'm not in a position to insist and demand. I was going to air my opinion. And I have a right to air my opinion. Right now, I air my opinion. Had I had the information before.
You should be so grateful to me. I'm giving you the opportunity to air your opinion.
Well, yes, but
thousands and thousands of people.
Andre,
outside of that, you have to go in Grenville and stand up on the sidewalk.
But why you oppose me in my opinion?
No, I'm not opposing that.
When you behaving
if I was, I'll do this. Well, you see, I just read your mic.
You see, Andre, because I don't speak in the same language like you, I don't say what you're saying, like you're getting upset with me.
No, I'm not.
We are different personality. We are different trend of thought, and I'm not coming here to.
It's a good thing people
I don't come in here to say the same thing you're saying.
Nobody's upset with anybody.
Andre, I don't come here to say what you're saying.
You're just laboring for nothing.
But what you're saying?
No, I am
like
saying.
You're giving me opportunity to speak.
I said to you, Kennedy Bodlau, that present Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell did not say that he was going to sell marketing board.
I don't say the man say Prime Minister sell marketing board. He say he's going to close it down.
Well, what's the difference?
I never say he's going to sell it. You saying what I didn't say.
Well, what's the difference? Okay.
Because he said he's not prepared.
He did not say he was going to close it down.
Listen. What? There's something.
Hold on. Carl Caton. Did Deacon Mitchell say he was going to close down marketing board? But he ain't talking now.
Nobody don't want to share your opinion.
No. He quiet. No, we probably lost him. Let's see if we can remove him and have him wing back in. No, but Carl, KB, you said that the man said he was going to close it, and I'm saying that he did not say that.
The man said go replace it with some other things, with something else. He going to replace it with something else. I sure him say that.
You shifting the goalpost.
And I never knew we were spending $1 million to keep it alive.
He said that.
Yes.
He said that, and he said it was not his intention to continue taking $1 million from the consolidated funds to put into marketing board. It was not his. It was not going to be that way. He was not going to do that. However, he did not say that he was going to close it down. He said, KB, and I repeat to you, Deacon Mitchell said that, hey, media people, I want you all to know that there is this possibility. He indicated to the media, and of course by extension the Grenadian population, that, hey, I could close it. I could shut it down. And I could close it down and come back with something different. He said that. So it is wrong for you to phrase it how you phrasing it. Is that correct? When you do that, you're misquoting the gentleman. Believe that.
Anyhow, I listen to you. I disagree with you.
Okay.
I disagree with you. And my opinion is that marketing board need fixing, and I knew that we was losing $1 million a month to keep marketing board on life support. I was going to put up my finger and say, Dr. Mitchell, close this, do something about this thing.
Good afternoon. I thought we had a call today. Sorry about that. Oh, Carl is back. Let's see if we can get him in on our conversation now. He's back. Carl Caton, you're back. You froze out.
Yeah. Well, I believe marketing, you can't leave it in the present state it is. You have to be fixed. But how we go about doing that, what interests me. I hope we're not making it into another evil.
Somebody might get a contract to bring in sugar.
When you laugh at your Popeye Flood statement and the matter responding, laugh your Popeye Flood statement.
Can you tell me bringing in sugar? He used to bring in rice. And when I believe his marketing, what that bringing in sugar is calico. That bringing in sugar.
One of my issues with marketing board is that they are not finding adequate market for the produce grown by the farmer. So you'll find a lot of times farmers grow and sell to marketing board, and the turnover for the farmer takes a little while. But it's something that ought to be fixed. No matter, it's not about political persuasion or allegiance determines my view on it. My view is that it needs some fixing, and that has to happen now and not later.
I feel Prime Minister Deacon right. He's right. He need urgent attention. He's right.
Did anybody say he was wrong?
I don't see why we should spend $1 million to keep a dying institution like that.
Nobody said that he was wrong. I believe he's correct. But you misquoting the gentleman. That's all I'm saying to you. Don't look at me like you want to cry.
I don't sign everything you ask me.
But you just did.
You were echoing bad, boy. What happened?
I'm echoing.
Yeah, you do something.
I know let's see if someone is hearing an echo.
Well, yeah, let's continue. KB, what else you want to speak about?
Yeah, before I leave, I want to discuss the diversification of Grand Lake.
Before you go into that diversification of Grand Lake, I just want to put one thing here to our listeners to us. No listeners and viewers, right? We do not come here to say things that are going to make you smile all the time. We do not come here and have every action and reaction rehearsed. So if there are people who would want to do so and record what we say and put it back out, hey, by all means, go ahead. It just means more than ever that we have content that you wish to consume and let other people consume. But here is what's going to happen. When other people consume the information from you, then they'd realize that you don't really have anything, so let me go to this other program so I can hear something of value. So to our viewers and listeners, it does not bother me if Jack and Jim and Mary would record this and use it to their fancy. By all means, go ahead. Feel free. But the day you hear I do so, and I put a copyright on this thing, and somebody goes and they use it without my permission, you understand? I ain't suing them. They're going to be suing themselves. Anyway, go off to your, what you want to do? Grand Lake, Carl, you there?
Yeah.
Right, Grand Lake. You wanted to go?
Diversification at Grand Lake.
You ain't making one statement and have me comment, you know. You speak and say what you have to say.
What is your take on it, Carl Quinton?
The diversification of Grand Lake?
Yeah.
Well, diversification of Grand Lake by itself has not lent any details, basically, you know. I would like to know what the details of what it entails, how we plan to go about doing it. Is it just a term or a word used to hide the fact that it is being sold back or whatsoever? So to comment on it at this time, KB, without the information would be unfair.
Maximum. That's the maximum. 6 runs.
I agree.
You feel you're coming here to
No,
trap,
I agree
to trap
with you.
people?
I agree with
What's
you,
wrong with
Clayton.
you?
I agree, Clayton, because we don't know what is in their mind unless they come up with some detailed, and how they're going to go along with their diversification. I think we have to.
One thing, KB, a lot of persons in this country has complained about the rise in their bill. I know of a particular gentleman, fact, the bill used to be in the region of $420, and the last bill was $750 something. And other persons have so spoken of an increase to it. So I don't know what here is at play or what's the rationale or the reason for the rise and so forth. And what was interesting about the gentleman with that bill, he said, for the last month, he had less activities in his place. He's been out more times than normal, less things have been used, but the bill almost doubled. So I don't know if and the trend is a lot of other persons spoke of their bills. So it's not to say that he's callous and he left things on and so forth. But other persons are still saying the same thing or the increase in electricity costs. So the whole thing of diversifying and so on, all that have to be considered. Would it be fit and proper? Would it be beneficial? Or would it be just giving back somebody the thing again?
Master Cole, I spoke to one of our economists who apparently was close to the NNP the other day. And he said to me, KB, for this present government to survive, to find that extra $100 million every year to service that pension, they have to look at the CBI program serious. That means they have to sell more passport than NNP. How the NDC supporters will take that when they spend all the past 2 decades beating up on NNP, selling passport and saying we're selling selling the patrimony. How would they react when this present government starts selling passport, and apparently more than what the NNP didn't pass?
If I may say, not if I may say, I'm saying this. Weren't we on Grand Lake?
We leave Grand Lake already.
So you just left it and you just go. You didn't even ask my opinion. Okay, fine. So I will not say
But
anything.
you-
I'll just make sure the equipment is on. Go ahead.
You see what happened? I don't have to ask your opinion. You could butt in. It's
No,
three of us in a conversation.
No. Go on.
Okay, but we could go back and let me hear your opinion.
No, you go ahead, my friend. You go ahead.
So
I give you free reign.
So what you raising your pressure for?
I'm not doing that. That's why I give you free reign. Did you understand that?
Well, you could say you have something to say. All of us want to hear your opinion.
I
I'm here to learn, and I want information.
You here to what?
To learn, I learn a lot of things from you.
Go by Kenny Lal.
Not all the time. Not all the time I agree with you.
Go by Kenny Lal Singh. You'll learn more.
Watch. There is a little bit of good and a little bit of bad in every human being. There is nobody 100% good, 100% bad. You have a lot of good in you. You have a lot of bad in you. Just as me, I have good in me and I have bad in me.
No, you have no good in you. What the hell's wrong with you? Don't make that mistake, Kevin. You have nothing good in you.
Don't speak for the general public. Speak for yourself. The public don't see that. Public feel that.
The next 3 callers will say that you have nothing good in you. This is caller number 1. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, I listened to I've been following you, and I just want to make a comment on marketing board and on the electricity company. I am of the view that government should not divest with the electricity company. In fact, Grenada should always try to have controlling shares in our only electricity company. And if we didn't think about it before, in light of the war and the power of energy today, no government in the Caribbean should try to divest with the their electricity company without government control. In fact, I believe the OECS and the Caribbean should even develop a policy for themselves together, CARICOM, try to develop a policy on energy to safeguard. And secondly, Marketing Board has been criticized, just as the Ministry of Health, just as the Ministry of Education. And a lot of time, the criticism go without information. Because as far as I understand, a number of farmers benefit significantly from Marketing Board. One farmer said it has taken long to pay. So I asked him, because I know if it has sell to the hotel too, the hotel does take some time to pay too. Perhaps some information should be given out to Grenadians. How much farmers selling on a regular basis and benefiting from marketing, from Marketing Board? How much workers? If the Prime Minister says they're losing $1 million a month, that is extremely significant. But I believe the problems that Marketing Board has is not dissimilar to the problem in the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. It is low productivity and one of the problems with our middle management. So could we fix this thing? Could we fix low productivity? Could we fix our middle manager? And I think we could. Right from the Ministry of Finance. Over the years, the Ministry of Finance has improved significantly. Perhaps we could get 2 good people from the Ministry of Finance to look at Marketing Board for a few days and make recommendations how to improve productivity and how to improve our middle management. We must not get in this selling spree that went on after 2008, where we were just selling to meet current expenditure. And it is not necessary now, so we must do some thinking. Yeah? And on the issue of Kinshaw Maturin Stone, I believe somewhere along the line, something get less. It appears that, from my own view, she must have been contacted before. The sister has changed her mind. But on the ground, it could always seem as if her name was flaunted around, and then she had to come and report. And maybe that needs, whether or not it make any sense now, or you just leave it alone. But that's my feeling. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I sent you a message, eh?
Okay, I'll try to read it now.
Yeah, try to read it.
You was coming on Facebook this morning?
No, this program, our program in the morning, does not go. It goes on YouTube, not on Facebook.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great.
Important comment. Diversification.
You the jockey in the ring, you know.
Diversification, but government must have some control. That's for Marketing Board. Hey, something that have to be fixed. Something that have to be fixed.
Well, everybody knows that.
Have to be fixed. And,
everybody knows that.
And it somehow, he make a statement. We got bright, intelligent people in this country. Marketing Board is not beyond repaired. You can get some bright, intelligent people to look at Marketing Board and come up with the right kind of policy to make it work.
You keep laboring in Marketing Board, and let me just say this to you, Kiwi.
I'm just commenting what the guy said.
No, you're laboring. You keep laboring, but let me just say this to you. I believe that Marketing Board can be fixed. I believe that Marketing Board needs to be fixed. For the benefit of the farmers of the nation, Marketing Board needs to be fixed. However, it will take some very stringent methods so as to fix Marketing Board. It may even mean that a hotel or hotels you may have to put rules and whatever in place and saying, okay, fine, yes, while we understand that this is how do you call it, imperialistic style of buying and selling, but here's what: You cannot sell directly to the hotels. You sell to marketing board. You cannot, the farmers have to understand that if you want marketing board to be in control of and to make the monies that they're making so as to pay you best price, then you have to sell to them. You can't do so and you selling your produce to marketing board and your wife going and put on a piece of mat outside a marketing board on the sidewalk and selling the same produce. You can't do that. There must be control. There must be a level of control that comes into all of this. It cannot be that, because if you sell to marketing board at $10 a pound, there's nothing stopping you, KB, from going in the market tomorrow morning and sell for $7 a pound. Where does that leave marketing board? And you expect them next week to give you $10 again, when for the entire week you've been shortcutting them.
Marketing board should only concern about
what?
Exporting farmers.
They should be only concerned about that.
Yeah.
Then you know what's going to happen?
Export. Find market abroad.
Then you know what is going to happen
and
there?
They should be competing with the ordinary man.
Do you know what is going to... KB, if they buy from the ordinary man, they will not be competing with the ordinary man because they're buying the produce. Once you produce quality stuff, we are going to buy it. But we reserve the right to sell to the hotels. We reserve the right to sell to the restaurants. We reserve the right to export it. Right now, KB, if someone wants to export tomatoes, market board and to do that.
Well, what marketing board have to do with that?
That is
the business.
But that is where the problem is.
What problem is?
Because you expect them to find the market, but you still doing so and influencing the market that you want them to find. Well, how does that work? How does that work? Tell me, how does that work? You tell them, find market in England. You selling to them for them to find market in England. However, you, the farmer, going to British Airways and package your stuff and send it in England.
Let me tell you something.
So how does that work?
Marketing wanted a monopoly in sauce up, you know. The men alone wanted to buy sauce up.
Bridget,
and the farmers kick against this.
You're not understand what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, but I don't agree with your policy. I don't agree with your policy.
And you come from the revolution and you don't agree?
No, I don't agree with your policy.
That's why you were not a true revolutionary. No, I understand.
So why they put me in jail?
That is why
I disagree with them.
We had to put you in jail.
Yeah, but the point is that I'll pay the price.
Yeah, you had to put the
price. I'll pay the price.
And you might put you in jail again.
No, yeah, code system this time. Yeah, code system. I could get redress in the code this time.
In the court, we can put you in jail again.
I could get redress. That is one of the pillars for our democratic process. I could get redress. I couldn't get redress in the revolution, but I could get redress now. Andre, I have to leave. I've got an important call.
You can't get called here?
I have to go to St. George's now. I have to leave. Sorry about that. I have to leave you.
What?
I have to leave.
Keita, you see how that man just come and just end the party just like that?
It don't matter.
Whoa.
I have to leave.
I never did this.
Sunday coming if there is no cricket on here.
I never did believe that man would have done something like that, boy.
I have to go.
But Carl, the man gone. Yeah, he's out of here. What a pity. But we still have each other. You were you going to comment on the last thing that he said?
In respect to marketing board?
In respect to marketing board.
Like I always tell you during our discussions, my whole issue is how we sort out the marketing part of the thing, you know, because sometimes we say marketing board competing with the farmers, but sometimes the farmers are doing the competition with marketing board.
Thank you.
Albeit I think marketing board could, and that's my view here, could capitalize on some, and not, we don't have to go outside. The hotels, the supermarkets and so on, food must sell, people have to eat. But I think the marketing board could work out a serious pact with farmers as to how we take charge of those markets, because the people them have to import a lot of what they're selling, and a lot of what they importing could be grown here. So I think it is a working relationship with marketing board and the farmers, where both respect and recognize the role of the other one, and both not trying to outdo the other one. Not the farmers trying to wait for it to get scarce to sell it, to do price gouging, and not the marketing board offering a little bit and want to sell it over for a lot. At the end of the day, it could be breached. It could be breached. And we could take advantage on, and the season open back, we don't have the COVID to the level it was. People coming here, tourists coming here, they need food to eat. They need fruits and vegetables. And we have the ability and the soil and the expertise in farmers here to produce most of what is required. And marketing board should put in place the expertise for persons to capitalize on those markets, and at the same time have an agreement or working relationship with farmers, so we don't have the excuse of things scarce. And there's a lot of regions where in Grenada where some vegetable grow better than some, so it's to advise farmers in different regions as to what is recommended to be planted, so you always have a flow of what it is. And I think it will be better for all, because the farmers will be able to rely on a steady flow of income, so when they pay, they won't say that it's taking long to pay. And the hotels and supermarkets would get quality vegetable, fruits and vegetables. So I think if things work out in the proper context, it could be a win-win. But as long as we remain us and them, and we spoke of that earlier on in our discussion this morning, as long as we remain us and them, we go face this thing. And farmers have to realize it's time for we to operate as a body, and not eat our food here and eat our food there, and not us and them. We need to capitalize, because we're talking about outside market, and we're always talking about outside export. But there's market here. The hotels, all the hotels and the supermarket, what could absorb most of what we produce. But because we don't see the thing as, we don't see farming as a business yet, we don't want to capitalize. I said I had discussions with a particular hotel, and the amount of fruits and vegetables required, it will take a lot of farmers to produce it here. But we don't want to come together. It's us and them. I make more money than you. I make a piece of watermelon and I make 25,000, and you do a piece of watermelon and you don't make nothing. But if both of us do the 2 pieces of watermelon and we plant it in sequence, so when yours finish, mine coming, and the hotels get what they want from us, all of us making something. And that's the way we have to go forward. And a lot of times we want to blame everybody else but us. The government are doing that, marketing board are doing that. But what we as farmers doing for ourselves to make it better, that is the crux of the issue. And in terms of marketing board, yeah, we're beating up on marketing because it's convenient to do so. So we even passing some of our failures onto marketing board too.
All right, we're going to take a call and then a commercial break call. Good morning.
Hold on. Dre?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm all right.
All right, they say they want to get rid of marketing board.
Nobody said that.
Yes, I heard it. That they,
all right, carry on, make your point, but nobody said that.
Okay, I heard it. And I am talking about they could upgrade marketing board, because a lot of farmers depend on marketing board. So then, what they should do, marketing board still buying, and they should be shipping than selling. Because if you go to marketing board and you're buying certain things from the farmers, and you heard the price they're selling in marketing board, it's making the farmers feel very, very, very ridiculous. So I think that they could upgrade.
All
All right, thank you.
And good.
Carl, Bob Marley said, there's so much things to say. I think it's Bob Marley who said that. And every man thinketh that his burden is the heaviest. But I say this in relation to marketing board. Until the farmers of the nation understand and until they respect marketing board and understand what marketing board is trying to do, then we would not go anywhere. Because what you find is that everybody wants marketing board to take care of everything. However, the minute time a person gets 5 cents more on a pound, Carl, from another person, they gone to that person for as long as the person wants them, and then they want to come back to marketing board the next 3 months and say, hey, marketing board ain't buying what I have. And that is where the problem is, in a region. And we need to stop that. We are our own worst enemy to marketing board. Granted that there are issues as it relates to the proper management and the proper running of marketing board. I'll be the first to put my hand up and say, yes, there are issues. And yes, we need to solve them. But the farmers of the nation, they need to take a stance and say, hey, we are dealing with marketing board. When you do it that way, I believe we'll all be in a better position. We're going to take a commercial break, my brother, and we'll be right back. This is Real, 91.9, 91.5, www.therealfmgrenada.com. Stay with us.
Are you interested in getting an affordable entertainment package that would serve your every need? Do you own a Fire Stick, Smart TV, or Android? Yes, we have news. We can offer you a package that would cost you less than $9 per month. Yes, that's just $200 for the entire year. You would get over 9,000 live TV channels, 31,000 movies, and 4,000 TV shows for your entertainment. These channels include shows, entertainment, sports, news, movies, comedy, and lots more, including international, Caribbean, and local channels. Watch on your smart TV, phones, tablets, PC, laptop, and Fire Stick. We can also supply you with an HD Android box that would convert your TV into a smart TV. Not convinced? Then test our service now for 36 hours free. For more information, call or WhatsApp DP Marketing at 473-457-3546.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Hey, I know a store where you can get almost everything English. Things like quality cell phones with all accessories, various sizes of Bluetooth speakers for every occasion, clothing for men, women, and children of the highest quality, colognes, watches, and custom jewelry at the best prices in the nation. You can also shop for the best in baby items like disposable diapers of different brands and sizes. We have computers, fridges, microwaves, cookers, and washing machines. Also in stock are blood pressure machines and batteries for watches and more. Every deal is a steal. Visit Little England right here in the Quasi in Sutes. Call us today at 458-4111. That's 458-4111.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Real FM.
For everything there's a reason, but for Jaja works there's no season. And who am I to question the works of the Creator? In this world that we live in, so much strange things keep happening. I've got no doubts that it's the works of the Father. For what we saw in our country, we gotta thank God for His mercy. And let this be a reminder deep down in our hearts. For there's no time to ponder, to linger and wonder about what we already lost. I said the time is now to make a brand new start. It's now a civil duty, 'cause there is work to be done. Yes, we've got to build back we hope now.
It is real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com. A special emancipation program, I guess, Andrew Donald, together with his, should I say my 2IC? Is that a good thing to say? I wonder. Let me see if I'll get him and then I'll have him make that call. 2IC? You think that's a good thing to say about you?
Your noble assistant.
Okay. All right, let me see. Andrew, I believe you guys need to interact with people making comments on YouTube and embed it into the program that will give people more encouragement. Okay, that's a good thought. So from then we're going to start. We're going to start doing that. And Maxine Belfon says they're also saying that what marketing board is offering them for their product is way too small. And we gone back to the marketing board again, Carl. And what do you, as a farmer, Carl, because you're a farmer, what do you say to that? Do you think that what marketing board is offering to farmers for their produce is way too small? Or maybe the expectations are too high?
Andre, me and you had that discussion a very long time ago. And two things I always maintain in farming, which farmers seems not to pick up to. One, cost of production. When you understand cost of production, then you will make the determination what the price per unit should be. Cost of production is also important. And sometimes, as a farmer, you don't check on cost of production. Hence the reason price is always an issue. Because here the thing about the farmer. If farmer sells to marketing board for a particular price, to which he, as a farmer, does not work out the cost of production. So he does not understand at what is a reasonable price to sell for you to make. And marketing board offers him a particular price. Marketing board generally deals with demands. When there's a bigger demands, you get more. When it's slow down, you get less. That is the issue with marketing board. So it's not necessarily they always pay a small price, because there are times marketing board would pay $7 a pound for seasoning pepper, which is a lot. And generally, ballpark figure for marketing board for seasoning peppers would be $4.50, $5, which is, if you work out a cost of production for a pound of seasoning pepper is about $2.75, $2.80 thereabouts. So being paid $5 thereabouts is you're not losing. You understand? So when you don't understand the cost of production, you always feel you have to price gauge, wait let it become scarce, and just jack up the price for poor people, children. And at the same time, they complain, farmers most time, how marketing board sell. But when they go to the supermarket and all that, the supermarket and them set the price. And there are times when the supermarket price and marketing board price is the same. There are times that does happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but there are times when those prices are the same. The other thing again, farmers have to help marketing board. When I say help marketing board, we talk, and even me say, why marketing board don't engage the hotels? Why marketing board don't engage the supermarket? Because most of these people and them get their supplies out of Miami. You understand? But what it is, because the inconsistency of farmers, and we know that there are times you go in Granville or sorters away for a particular type of vegetables and you don't have it, and they tell you don't have. So that's why I keep saying, collectively, the farmers and market board have to sit down and be genuine with each other. And just as how the hotels sell a dream to the client, so if marketing board has to sell that dream to the hotels and the supermarket, the farmers have to be an integral part. That is what I talk about regions that some vegetables grow better. So you encourage persons in those regions to grow those things that grow better in their region. Like, for example, cucumbits from, say, let me say, from Davie to St. David's on that belt. Cucumbits do better, the pumpkin, the cantaloupes, the watermelon, the honeydews, the cucumbers. To encourage farmers on that belt to do that, higher the seasoning peppers and so on. So farmers and marketing board is, so it's not, so the whole thing about marketing board, we could say what we do, restructure it, fix it, but if they're not getting the produce and quality produce, it's still a problem. So it's not, so the problem that I tell you, I hope they're looking at this thing in a holistic way. The problem is not our MNIB alone. Farmers are part to play, because if you're giving marketing board a variety of fruits and vegetables, they could properly market it in states and out of the state. You understand what I'm saying? But the farmers have to be an integral part. I don't know, I think, because I don't know if marketing go to either, but sometimes like, okay, you give the farmers the inputs and so on up front, and then when they sell, you take it back. And then the important thing, what a lot of persons do remember, in Andre, and if you remember in our discussion, seed security is a national security issue, and we yet to buy into seed security. So what happens? Some of the outlets that bring in seeds and things is the type of seeds they bring in you could plant. So that's why you find out when tomato seeds come, everybody plant tomato, because that is the available seeds. You might not have cucumber, you might not have other seeds at that time. Cucumber seed comes in, everybody plants cucumber. So we have to have, and going forward, anything marketing board has to do in restructure, whatsoever you want to call it whatsoever name you want to do it. Seed security has to be an integral party to determine the variety and the amount of produce you have at one time. You have to give farmers the availability of every seed to make it make sense. And marketing board might have to do something like, I think, what is to practice in the revolution again, when you have regions growing a particular thing. So so if marketing board decide, okay, we're going to deal with the hotels and the supermarkets and so on, they will tell you every week what they need and the quantum they need. And you have to bring it to them. So you won't have to go and fight to go and sell for yourself and so on. So it's not an issue where we're only beating up on marketing board. We as farmers and we as persons have to understand that. And then the other thing about it again, Andre, we have a culture here where we don't consume a lot of fruits and vegetables. So we just beat up and say they're spoiling, and everybody have an idea what to do with it. Can it and do all that. But the fact is, how much of it do we consume? And
But
if
even
we're
if we
not
can it, even
consuming
if we
all that,
can
it's an
it, Carl,
issue.
even if we can it, we're not going to consume it, and we should be the
That's what I'm
consumers
telling you.
of our product first.
So we have
Even if
to
we
have the
can it, we don't.
education of consumption, and you don't always do that thing. The Food and Nutrition Council has to have this mandate where they give people recipes to treat with local things, make it palatable and so on. So it's not just, when we're talking about food and marketing board and farmers and things, it's a big something, Andre, not something just on the tip when you just jump up and criticize marketing board and jump up and point fingers. So it's how and it comes back again to what we think this morning, emancipate. Because if we cannot feed ourselves sufficient, there's a lack of emancipating ourselves.
We've
So
got a
because we
caller, brother.
depend, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's take this caller.
And in my view, hey?
Let's take this caller.
All right.
Good morning.
I tend to support you, Mr. Andres, with a lot of the things that you just said concerning marketing board. I tend to support Mr. Carl too, but it's not a matter of beating up on marketing board. Marketing board have not been living up to the expectation. The farmers, I agree you, Mr. Andre, that marketing board, that there are times when the farmers want to, well, they get a price a little bit low, and they go today and forget about marketing board. Let us remember in the days when we were shipping banana, we would have known before the boat come to Grenada what the price of a pound of banana would be. And everybody could have calculated. Even they would have been able to look at their fields and calculate how much bananas they will get and what the average pounds would be. So you need this kind of scientific export. And again, what you just said there about the right type of seeds and so, that should be coordinated with the Ministry of Agriculture. So there is a lot of room for marketing board. When marketing board applied for government estate, I was one of the first persons that criticized that. So we have to know what marketing board intend to do, what you are set up for, And when people do things wrong, they have to be punished for it. You can't let people just do it. Marketing board have changed so much managers within a small time. You can't just change a manager every time something go wrong. So something is definitely wrong with it, and I don't believe in closing a marketing board completely, but I think it has to be looked at, and I think I support the new Prime Minister in taking a look at it immediately. You can't tell me that at marketing boards, the government has to pump $1 million every month into marketing boards. I mean, definitely doesn't make sense, and it doesn't matter which government it's for. You have to deal with marketing board in a serious way. There is need for marketing board, there is need for restructuring, and I think that's the way forward.
Thank you. Carl?
Yeah, man. One thing I want to say, Andre, what is here instructive here, Andre, in all the criticism of marketing board, I'm yet to hear any person offer a solution. We beating up on marketing board, but how much of us has ventured to say, okay, I think here is how we could make the thing work. But we pointing out all the faults, all the weaknesses of marketing board. But we yet to say, well, okay, that is not done, so why not let's try it that way? That is
Nobody
not
wants Carl, nobody wants to bail the cat. Nobody wants to bail the cat.
Because seed security is like essential part of that whole discussion, Andre. And marketing board at times bring in fertilizer and say less than other persons. But I believe we could incorporate the whole seed security thing and so on. But you have to, marketing board could only market what it has. If the farmers don't give in them a wide variety of things to market, they cannot market what they don't have. And if farmers do hell bent on quality, remember we have to compete marketing outside of Grenada with other countries where quality is something they big on, but we don't big on it here. So a lot of things we have to do. That I tell you, we have to help. When I use the term, we have to help marketing board. That along the lines I am going. We as farmers have to help marketing board. We have to give marketing board all what it is. Because, for instance, if marketing board goes to one of the hotels and get an agreement to provide X, Y, and Z, and the farmers don't produce it for marketing board will lose that arrangement. So it's not only about marketing board. Yes, I agree in terms of we had glitches in management and so on. And yet again, so much farmers, but I yet, in all that was going on, Andre, I yet to see a petition by farmers as to those issues. So it's just like we just wait on time to get a piece up with a pound of flesh. But we do, if we know all that, and everybody could there's a litany of accusation against marketing board now because the present Prime Minister makes up not utterances. But where were the people all the time? Why were no petition signed by farmers to say, okay, we feel we don't get enough fair shake from marketing board. Okay, we feel marketing board is not carrying on the mandates of marketing board. Because we're saying that in lieu of us farmers coming together. So we feel convenient to blame marketing board and not blame ourselves for not coming together.
Here's a comment, Carl.
Do we have a farmers union? Do we have a farmers organization? And that happened the first onset of COVID, when there was this issue of getting permission to move to a farm and who was essential workers or not. And yet we still learn that we need to put things in place. Should something similar or the same thing happen, we will have something in place. We'll have a thing of farmers, so we could go to the powers that be and say, this is the list of farmers and we need that for them. We talk about energy, we talk about fishermen getting thing on gas and thing, and why farmers can't get it. But you can't just give it out willy-nilly. You have to have some structures to it. So a lot of the problems we're trying to just dump on marketing board or rest of the doorstep. We part of the whole thing.
You ask a question there, Keaton. Do we have any farmers organizations? Do we have any farmers union? And I tell you what, shortly you may see them coming up again, because it is that time again, it's that time of the season again when they be looking to put in place, if this government so decides, because it doesn't really have to be, if this government so decides that they want a senator to represent agriculture, you will find out that there are farmers and organizations that will suddenly come up, because the persons wanting to get into the Senate, they would go and wake up these people and say, okay, fine, this farmers organization has voted for me to be in the Senate so that I can represent their interests. You will see that happening just now. Somebody says here, who determines the price of the produce in Grenada? And with that said, should some national announcement be made when the price is down and when the price is up? Who determines the price in Grenada? The farmers determine the price based on what time of the season it is. Meaning here, Carl, correct me, meaning here, if the farmer believes he's scarce, the price goes up, correct?
Yeah, price gouging.
Price gouging, that's what takes place.
But Andre, that has only happened for poor people, children. Because the same farmer that walks the road with a bag of tomatoes for $8 for poor people, children, when the hotels or the supermarkets tell him it's $4 a pound, you're agreeing to sell for them for $4 a pound.
And sell all for them.
And then what stays back, he walk the road and tell poor people, children, $8 for it.
Yeah. Good morning. We've got a caller, brother. Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Donald and Mr. Keaton.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Keaton, you're so correct. Seed security is the first thing. You don't have the right seed, you don't have enough seeds, you have a problem. You cannot sustain no market. And then every farmer would plant the same thing at the same time. Glut on the market. Every farmer want to sell at their price. He doesn't have a special price. That's another issue. Price, you just said it, Mr. Donald. You determine the price. You put it up. Because you see it didn't have last week, you put it up next week. That's it. And with the farmers demonstrating for pension, for people that think that ain't concern them, we ain't demonstrating for their own. So we will always be in a problem. Yeah.
All right, I got you, man. Thank you. Great. Carl, I love that one. I love that one.
That caller make a big say, farmers demonstrating and saying we want money and we want money now. For not them, but issues that is affecting their own livelihood, they pay no mind to it.
True.
Andre, I had this experience where a young man was walking around with some tomatoes in bags, selling for $5 a bag. And an elderly lady wanted to buy a bag, but she didn't have the $5. She maybe had about $4 or so. And he decided that he was not selling for her because not $5. So I just for curiosity, I asked him, are you the one growing the tomatoes? He tell me yes. So I say, tomato perishable when you go back home with that. That is it, he tell me yes. So I say, why you don't take $4? So in that context, they rather don't take nothing unless it's spoiled and you take food. And that is something we have to understand in terms of one. But because if we're doing it as a business, we go understand it different, Andre. And we keep speaking on issues, and it is important that we as a people, we need to understand what here is at play. And if something or someone is blameworthy, we need to attach that blame to him. However, at the same time, we ought to offer some form of solution or remedy to the situation. So it's not all well and good to beat up on a situation without not offering you 2 pence as to how the situation could be remedied. And in that case, I am, when I speak of what I think is the farmers and marketing board has to have some proper something, farmers has to structure themselves in a particular way. Even the farmers representative in the Senate has to represent farmers and don't go there and play no politician. Because no politician do appoint you to the Senate. If you go in and raise up all kind of farmers organization was dead to get there. When you get there, your duty bound to represent farmers and don't go and play no politician. Only persons you have to represent in the Senate is farmers. And if you know you intentionally not to do that, do like Indra. If they think you tell them, no sir, I don't want it. So it is important moving forward as a country. And like I said earlier, and I hope that this will be Grenada time and not no one party or whatsoever time. Let it be Grenada time. Yeah, as to how we move and I expect some action should be taken as it relates to marketing board and get people on board and you know, I always say, Andrew, if you keep doing the same thing I do working, you have to change it. If you have the same set of people in positions with marketing board or has to do with marketing boards, because when we have symposium and things, you see the same set of people all the time. So if these people are not getting it done, get new people. And it's not my whole thing as to say, get bright people. It's not about bright here, it's about people who have the appetite to see the thing get better. Because a man who don't have a lot of thing behind him, might be a man who is willing to give human service to marketing to make it viable for all, not only for the workers, but for the nation in terms of one, the availability of fruits and vegetables right through the year and quality. Honks.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Sorry about that. No, listen, man. Right. Now, my little input to that is, look, marketing board was at the first. Marketing board was organized in the PRG time, right, and was to market farmers' goods abroad, right. That's the first and foremost. No, after that, right. After that, the revolution come and crash, right? So then, the thing about it is that what to understand here then and now is that the whole thing, right? The whole setup, the change, okay? But what happened to Mecklenburg now? This is still and something to note here is that you had, as I just said a couple of minutes ago, you had farmers union, right? All the farmers was together, right? So you had a PFU productive farmers union. So all the farmers was together as one unit, right? So the whole structure, the whole structure of the thing was different, right? You there?
I'm listening to you, sir.
Right. So the thing about it is then so when that whole system come and crash, the revolution and the whole intention, right, was a crash or undermine if that's the right word to use or thing. So then if the whole structure changed with the crash of the revolution and everything, no, it is simple to understand then that look, people okay, so the whole system changed, the whole intention changed, the whole structure changed. So then those concerned, then those that directly involved, those that directly concerned, have to sit down now and say, look, why this was the intention of the right of this thing, and it is not so, because the whole thing come and crash, the whole how the whole intention was then from the onset. It changed. So then the whole structure now need to change. And this is a mistake I think that that we are making. We want to continue the thing just as always, because farmers not together. Everybody just write, just write, farm selling for, Dick selling for, Mary selling for, and the whole thing. But what marketing board is still there reeling.
Okay.
So this is what's going to happen. Everybody concerned need to sit down, because the whole intention, the whole intention how this thing was intended for, it changed.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
No? So this is what need to happen. All concerned need to sit down and say, look, this is what had to happen, this is what had to happen, and this is the whole structure, and this is what need to do.
Thank you. Good.
Good way.
Carl, as the gentleman was speaking, this just came to mind, and marketing board developed by the PRG. Carl, were there more farmers then than now?
No.
There are more farmers now.
Yeah.
And farmers are farming larger plots.
No.
No, than then. How did the government get rid of a lot of marketing board then? How did they get rid of a lot of their produce? Somebody sent me a message on my personal device, said the Albatross, Andre, the Albatross. That was a ship that the marketing board had access to. And that used to be shipping out quite a number of the produce that we had. I say produce, Carl, because I'm wondering how much of vegetables we used to be producing at that time. How much fruits we used to be producing at that time. So I say produce, encompassing all of them. Meaning tree crops, root crops, whatever else. Now, Carl, Morris Bishop once said, in a very embarrassing statement to, I think it was Eugenia Charles, that if Christopher Columbus was to return, he would recognize Dominica because there would be no changes from his time, meaning from Christopher's time to now. Yeah. He made that statement. And I find that statement applicable to marketing board. If Morris Bishop was to return, there would have been no changes in operations at marketing board from his time to now. And that is where we have failed, Carl. Because none of the boards, none of the managers, no one saw the need to develop plans for marketing board entering into the 21st century or the 22nd century. No one has done that. And that is our biggest problem. The development of marketing board has not been taken care of.
So it begs a question here. Who's accountable?
Who's accountable to what?
Who's accountable to watch marketing board wallow in its pity? But marketing board is not a law unto itself. They are accountable to some ministry or something.
Well, they're accountable to the Ministry of Finance. That's one. But a board was there's always been a board in place. Government government come. There's a board in place to deal with the affairs of marketing board. It's just that the board was not thinking futuristic.
But the ministry never thought about value for money.
I don't know what they thought about. Just to let hold on, Carl, just to let that caller know that 4420175 is the number to call. Yes, go ahead.
Value for money. I'll give you a scenario and then I'll tie it into marketing boards. In the British police system, If a constable bring the thing into disrepute, his immediate supervisor is as culpable. The supervisor of that supervisor is culpable. So what you find happening, everybody making sure they do what they have to do. The people who sit and let marketing board be that way for a very long time has blame to take too. Because that don't happen to marketing board overnight.
No, that's correct. It didn't happen overnight. We know that.
And like, to use your own terminology, like everybody seem to be afraid to bail the cat. They didn't nip it in the bud and they allow it to go on.
The problem with market board started ever since 1984, Carl. That's when the problem started.
The problem with a lot of things in this country start to happen since after 1980.
We've got a caller. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Donald, I'm Primus.
I know. I heard your voice and I recognize you, sir. How are you, Mr. Primus?
Mr. Donald, I'm in the land doing some work.
Yeah, I realize you tell me I ain't gonna see you for a couple of weeks, so I leaving you alone.
Yeah, Mr. Donald. But for the past two weeks, I've been just getting just a small amount. Morning, Master Call.
A long time I haven't heard you, man.
Yeah, but I've been calling the program earlier on, sometime last week. When I heard you mention you're going back and do papers. But I thought it was easy market for me. But listening to the price you offer me, I think I better cancel it. The price for seasoning pepper is $507. I didn't have the production and marketing production and cost in it. So I think I'll sort of debate it. Anyway, Mr. Call, you know me that point about the seeds. But as a small farmer like me, I prefer the private sector bringing the seed. I tell you why. Once you put those things in government hands, I, as a small farmer, wouldn't get the better seeds when it comes. See, Mr. Call, everything they call this partner thing, and this partner thing that they're going out. You got to see what administration is there. You got to see what office is there. You could wear all kind of pretty color tie. You see this thing about partner, and I have this, and when I come, you don't have for me, and that's still going on, this Master Call. So I think the seeds, it's very expensive, the businessmen doing anything, but I prefer it that way. And second thing, Mr. Donald, marketing board. Donald, I make it clear. I work in marketing board in 1996. I worked marketing board for 6 months, and I left the job. I left the job, Mr. Donald, and I wouldn't say the reason why on air, but I could discuss that with you. So when we talk about the marketing board, I have an insight about goes on in the marketing board. Mr. Donald, you all have a good one.
You too.
Two things here, Andrew. Two things. You talk about the paper and price. Now, one thing farmers have to learn to, Andre, the benchmark in terms of, okay, planting 100 seasoning pepper trees and planting 150 to 175 is the same set of care, the same set of time, the same set of thing you're giving it. So it's better to plant 175. Other persons doesn't understand that.
Say that again, Carl.
Planting 100 pepper trees, you're taking the same amount of days to clean, to treat with 200 or 175. You're taking the same set of fertilizer, the same amount, the same time to water, and so on. And the yield is more. So it's better to do that. So sometimes when you're planting, you have to understand all these little issues in terms of how much you put out. The second thing, what he mentioned about marketing board, Andre, and one, you see, one has to understand the whole context. And he made the mention of seeds, and he rather that the private people bring in the seeds. However, the private man does not care how much the variety of seeds he bring in. Once he bring in some seeds and he get paid, and everybody come and buy it, and he end up a glut. When the fruits end up a glut on the market, they're not easy issuing. But if marketing board or you have a farmers union bringing in these seeds, they go tend to bring in a broader variety of seeds. So and we have to treat seed as seed security, as national security, because we're talking about all the war in Ukraine and other places. We're talking about all what could happen in the world. But we have to be in a position to secure ourselves food-wise. And that could come through seed security. So seed security is not taken in its proper context in this country. One, it would eliminate glut of thing on the market. Because you have a variety seed, I go decide to plant something different to you. But when you have only that type of seed, all of us planting it. And all of us think getting ready together because I have vegetables. It is 3 months. When 3 months, all vegetables ready. They are perishable, you must get rid of them. And we don't have that broad variety. So sometimes you have to get broccoli flower or broccoli or cauliflower seed. And you're checking all seeds placed in green and you don't have. God help you if you have some relative in America or somebody go send, and sometimes when he come on the puts and them, the amount of stress they giving you to think sweet corn is something what was bought in here. And it kind of hurdles you have to cross to get sweet corn here. If somebody here bringing sweet corn is an easy thing, so it just have a lot of things when you have to take seed security into consideration. And it make it easier for everybody. And I'm speaking from experience here. If you want to go into seedless watermelons, how many places here sell seedless watermelon seeds? You understand where I'm coming from, Andre?
I got you.
And then something we forgetting, yes. The marketing board was born in the revolution and we see a lot of problems eliminate from 1984. However, the mandates of marketing board then was to export, yes. But look at this. Watch this, Andre. The amount of fruits and vegetables being imported to this country by the hotels and the supermarkets is a lot even more than marketing board used to export in the days gone by. So there is a market here. So all everybody talking about export, there's a market here. And how farmers here would help marketing board to get into that market and be consistent about it. That is the asset there. So that's why I keep saying we have to help marketing board. Because marketing board to go and speak to these people, but we have to help marketing board. And we farmers, are we prepared right now? Should marketing board get a contract with these hotels and the supermarket? Are we ready right now to help marketing board? That is the asset test. So most time beating up on marketing board or helping. What are we willing to do to help marketing board? And when we help marketing board keep that market, we help ourselves. And then we could plan better because in negotiation, we would know how much for a pound of tomato and how much for a pound of bell pepper and how much pound so on. So we could plan and say, when we sell 100 pounds, we know what we're getting. And not waiting to price God the poor man on the road and wait for it to get scarce to jack up the price of it around Christmas time. And that is how we have to move forward. So it's not just only our saying marketing board, this marketing board, that. And I tell you, all what we say about marketing board now, I've never seen a petition by farmers complaining officially. You hear everybody in a corner running them out on marketing board, eating up on marketing board like Wrigley's and bubble gum. But how much of them say, okay, enough is enough, let me sign a petition and go to the Ministry of Finance or the Minister of Agriculture and say, watch, marketing board is doing a disservice. None of us has done that. But we talk about something on marketing board and all manja come out of the woodwork and beating up on marketing board. But what have we done? Because marketing board could only market what it has and what we sell to them. So if we don't sell in a thing to making sense to them, we are accountable too. And that is the approach we have to take going forward. So anything happens to marketing board, it has to be an integral part with marketing board as the entity and the farmers and how far we're willing to go and what assistance could be given to the farmers to bring them to a particular level and how the farmers as a united set of people decide to approach this thing. So it's not just thing.
Jimmy Henry says there's a major lack of vision on this island. That's why so many projects are stagnant. Cuthbert Brave Boy, let's say good morning to him. Cuthbert is saying that he's watching and listening, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to you, Cuthbert. And for those of you wondering, hey, what's up with the cricket? Carl, are you wondering? There's a late start. The WICB issued a notice earlier on, and I didn't get the reason why, but the match is due to start around about 12:30. So there's a late start to the game.
Because I think St. Kitts have lights, eh?
So I don't know, but they indicated that there's a late start to the game. Another thing that is very important, Carl, I see marketing board a lot of times. Their vehicle driving around. And one day I said to the driver, say, what are you guys driving around here? And his thing, well, today they're driving around looking for soursop. And I was like, no, that is where the problem is, Carl. There is not an established communication between the farmers and marketing board.
You're missing out one set of people in the whole thing.
And?
The thieves.
Well, no, I'm speaking about the thieves here will come, but I'm speaking about...
No, you must put them, they're driving around looking for the thieves too. Don't leave that out.
Who looking for the thieves?
The same marketing board, because I like to buy from people at our land.
Well, I don't know that, so I can't speak to that which I don't know. If you know that and you can speak to that, by all means. I can't say that the entity is involved in wrongdoing like that. I cannot make a broad statement like that. No. And I don't think it is fair for you to make a broad statement like that in relation to, because you're saying that marketing board condones wrong. Carl, hold on, Carl. Trust me on that one. That is not something that you should be saying.
Well, I take back that statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm saying that there's lack of communication.
My humble apologies to the entity marketing.
Right. They need to establish better communication between themselves and the farmers, because you can't be driving around looking for soursop. You're supposed to know, when I knock that key today and I release that brake, I am going to see Bertrand John in Bathway or wherever to pick up soursop from Bertrand, or to be escorted to Bertrand's field so I can, pick soursop, can weigh them and move on. You can't be just driving in all kind of nook and cranny looking for soursop like that. That makes absolutely no sense. And that is a big crux of the matter. Yes, Carl?
But you have a set of farmers what don't sell to marketing board too, eh? Because a lot of soursop is something in recent times that a lot of persons are applying the trade in buying soursop. So sometimes it just happen on a first come, first serve. If you reach before a particular person, you go get it. Because a lot of persons in a lot of vehicles will be passing up and down to driving around for buying soursop. So sometimes if marketing board reach before that person, marketing board would get it. But if that person reaches before marketing board, they will get it. And in some cases, it comes down to, again, what person's offering. So a man might a marketing board might be offering a particular price, and you see a next man turn up with a vehicle and he offer maybe a little something more. So it don't standardize basically, because different persons who buying soursop pays differently. And
so it goes back to what one of our callers asked earlier on. Who determines the price?
Well, the seller in a case like that.
The seller.
The seller one, and sometimes the person who come and buy offer. So sometimes I might sell for you this week, and then the next person check me next week and they offer to pay more than what you pay me, so I ain't worrying with you. I sell for them.
We got another caller. Oh, we had a caller. It dropped out. But that again, Carl, something like that has to be fixed. And the question is, how do you fix it? Because
A serious organization. I say this thing could be like, okay, like you have a particular depot where you as a farmer it source up, you pick your farm, you source up and you bring it in there, they give you the weight and they tell you how much you're being paid. So you don't have no headache about whatsoever. And then that place responsible for selling, let the people who want to buy go to that place and buy.
I believe I'm subject to a bit of correction here, but I believe something like that exists in St. Vincent, Carl.
Yeah, I think so.
In where they in a place they call Liquor Tokyo or something like that, where
Yeah,
their
I think
market
something
is,
to
and
happen.
everybody brings their stuff there, and even the vendors, Carl, they go to buy from there to
Yeah,
go and
from
vend.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, to go and vend. So then probably the same thing can be done, and marketing board can be that. So you take your produce to marketing board, and all vendors go to marketing board to purchase. And in that way, Carl, you will have stability in terms of price all around.
Yeah, the price would be matched all around.
Yeah. Again, there is need for serious conversation about this marketing board issue. And Carl, this is where the big boys come in, the educated ones, and the ones, and I hope the more educated ones would have applied, Carl, to be on marketing board so that they can do so and find a way and plan the future of marketing board as it relates to Grenada and its dependencies. Because even Karakou, Carl, I wonder if marketing board has really ever concerned themselves about Karakou and having a hub in Karakou in order to supply the islands.
I think the other place in Carrico they used to send up stuff to selling.
So what happened to the place?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't comment on it lately, but I knew off because
You
when
knew
I used
of.
to be dealing with a regular, on one occasion, as my produce reached, they box it off and it was sent up to Carrico. But what happens to Carrico too? But I find a lot of vendors buying stuff to go to Carrico, so there's an appetite for the stuff in Carrico. So I think it's that in moving forward on a new mandate, maybe that is something they could sort out.
Wally in West Virginia. A great conversation, guys. Marketing board has a role in establishing a central point of sale for farmers. Of sale, I guess that should be for farmers, at which point those produce can be sold to hotels, restaurants, and what have you not. But again, you see the thing here, Wally in West Virginia, the thing here is that the first thing you have to get rid of is greed, Carl. That's the first thing to get rid of, because marketing board will be buying from the farmer so as to supply to the hotels and to the restaurants and so on. And these same farmers will take their produce to the hotels and the restaurants and sell it below the price that marketing board is selling for. Price gouging, right? Is that what it's called, Carl?
Yeah.
And this is where it gets crazy. We really and truly have to look at things differently. And the farmers have to know that marketing board have their back. So the whole marketing of marketing board to the farmers, again, must take place at this point in time. Marketing board needs to be marketed to the farmers, and the farmers need to build that confidence in marketing board as it relates to their produce. Once they're able to do that, we can say that we're probably on the right track as it relates to marketing board.
Totally agreed. According to the people, I might endorse your sentiments. But it has to be a partnership with the entity and the farmers. The farmers has to be an integral part in helping them to achieve those heights. Because I believe we have the land space, we have farmers who has the ability to produce. So it's a matter of getting it ready and on the way.
Gregory Boyne, and I keep repeating this. Gregory Boyne said in his maiden budget presentation that we should start exploring markets in the Northern Caribbean. He indicated, and it is so proven, that there are countries out there who do not have arable lands, Carl. And they need fruits and vegetables just like we do need them here.
Not only in the Northern Caribbean, you have the ABC Islands, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a need for it. We need to. The person who sent the thing about albatross for us, maybe, Carl, we need to bring back an albatross. Or we need to figure out the vessels that ply the islands and how we can do so and get these vessels to be loaded with 1 or 2, 3 containers per week going up the islands and getting rid of our produce in that way.
Andre Donald, and when I make the call and I say, I hope it will be Grenada time, I'm also speaking to corporate Grenada. It's not only the government of the day. That particular thing you just speak of, that could be an investment worthwhile for corporate Grenada and by extension, give a help me up to the farmers. Because at the end of the day, that investment would ensure that you bring foreign exchange back here, disposable income, and you, the investor, by virtue of having the transportation for that, you'll be making. So it's a win-win for all. So sometimes we just feel that the government has to do everything. No. And maybe government could, by way of duties and so on, entice somebody who wants to invest along that lines. But what it will do, it will provide an avenue for the Marketing and National Importing Board and farmers to get more of the products out.
You know, Carl, there's something that I spoke to Alison James from the Ministry for Agriculture. She has to do with the distribution of plants, the sale of plants, as done by the ministry. And when I listened to her, and I realized, Carl, the investment that government continues to make every year,
yes,
in agriculture as it relates to the propagation of plants, I was flabbergasted. Plants that cost, and we're talking ornamental plants here, ornamental plants that cost $30 and $40 and $50, sometimes even $60. If you buy them privately, the government will do these plants, Carl, and they cost only $20.
Yeah.
The government continues to produce things like sauce-up and stuff, and the farmers, they go and they purchase it, Carl, and they don't plant it. I tell you something. Roland Bowler, when he was Minister for Agriculture, said to me one time that he went to visit someone and he saw
last year plants.
No, not just last year plants. Forget that. He saw by an outside bathroom that the person had, he saw a sauce-up tree getting ready to bear. And the roots had protruded from the plastic, the plastic bag. The roots had protruded from the plastic and had embedded themselves into the ground. But the tree was nice and big because it had all the water it needed and everything like that. Now, Carl, that said a lot. The farmer purchasing the plant and not making use of it. That is, again, we have to start thinking it, our farmers. We got something here from Charles. He says, I believe that we depend on the government too much in Grenada and do things for us when you have farmers that are producing and can have their own organizations to determine things. We agree with you, Charles. We've been saying that farmers need to organize themselves, but they're not doing it. And that is the big thing.
But Andre, and then you hear people in this country saying our government is not doing enough for agriculture.
You hear it all the time. And trust me, let not the National Democratic Congress believe that there will not come a time when people will start saying the Minister for Agriculture does not care about agriculture and the government is not doing enough for agriculture. It will be said. Mark my words.
Well, the same sticker be the black dog, white dog, black dog does be the white one too.
It will be said.
But Andrew, until farmers don't wake up and smell the coffee and realize they are important, the importance to agriculture is just more than eating our food. And the sustainability of the thing is right in the palm of their hands. We won't have that kind of change. And yes, government has made this contribution, and the over-reliance or over-dependence on government is not what it is, because we need to organize in a particular way to be somewhat self-sufficient. If needs be and you need some assistance, then you could approach government and say, hey, here's what. But as long as we continue to just depend and say government don't do nothing for agriculture, we ain't getting nowhere.
Not only that, to come, I call upon the person who is going to be selected by farmers, I do hope, as their representative in the Senate. I call on that person, really and truly, to understand and realize and take a statement from what Carl Caton has said. And Carl Caton has said it like this: this is Grenada time now. For the past how many years, Carl, we would have had an agricultural senator that when I say he because they've all been male, when he would have taken his position in the Senate and start to articulate a position, you would have heard the voice and you'd say, okay, that's the senator with responsibility for agriculture. And then again, when you listen to him, after hearing the voice, you say, okay, that person is one of the government senators or one of the opposition senators. It is time, Carl, that the senator, whosoever you are, because it's not automatic that people go back. They have to be selected. Whosoever you are, who is going to get that nod from the farmers' organization to represent farmers in the Senate, do justice to that job. Go there and articulate a position that will benefit farmers. Because with all the noise that Keith Clouden would have made over the years, I want farmers to point to me 4 or 5 things that Keith Clouden would have done. Really and truly, or caused to be done. They may have flown over my head. So if you think I need to be educated in relation to that, let me know. Because the only thing I remember about Keith Clouden is him taping his mouth in Parliament, Carl, together with the opposition senators. That's the only thing I remember about Keith Clouden. I don't remember anything else. The agricultural senators that came after Keith Clouden, I don't remember anything about them. I don't even remember their names because they've done nothing. It is time that the farmers select someone from within their ranks. That could be so. That may be the best thing that you think, but sometimes it may mean, farmers, that you have to look outside. Look outside of your grouping to someone who will be able to articulate your position and bring your cause to the front. And as they say, have it on the front burner. Not just do so and just, you have an issue and you go and speak about it in the Senate once, or you speak about it in the Senate twice, and you never follow up. And then you expect the Minister for Agriculture to hear about it the first time and the second time. He probably have other things to do. But if you make a call, or if you do and you give a couple of interviews, the message will start to get around. Somebody says they beg to nominate BJ. No, I will not nominate BJ for such a position. Between me and you people, I beg to nominate Carl Caton. I beg to, and I tell you why, Carl. One, you have had experience in the Senate, so you understand how that arm of government works. That's one. Two, when you were part of the Senate, you represented the government of Grenada at that time, meaning you represented the government at that time, and that was an NNP administration that was in office. And that's why I recommend you, not because you supported NNP at that time, but because in my discourse with you, over the past time, Carl, you have become very, very objective in your deliberations. Another point to support, you've been in agriculture. You understand the challenges as faced by the farmers of the nation. Carl, you understand the laws because you've been a police officer and you understand the laws. You understand the limitations of what is the pre-larceny team, if I can use that word to describe them. You understand the limitations, and you know, and you have ideas, Carl, of things that can be done so as to fix or make better pre-larceny. You know of things that can be done that will benefit the farmers. You have spoken this morning, and you've spoken on many mornings, about what farmers need to do and the fact that there needs to be a collectivity at this particular point in time so that farmers can make the most of what government continues to offer them. So, Carl Caton, based on those reasons, and I'm sure that our listeners and our viewers will say, yeah, Carl Caton, someone who knows the Senate, so he can go there to gallivant and to according to my partner, make all kind of variant grandstand. He's been there before. And he knows that he's going there. And you telling him early up, as farmers, you telling him early up, Mister, if you ain't do this, if you are not working, we are going to go to the government and say to the government, we want to remove you. And we're giving you 6 months to show us that you can do this job. And no, that 100% to buy that vehicle, you ain't getting that in the 6 months. You have to do so and serve us for a year. You have to do so and serve us for a year. And when you serve us for that year, we have to realize whether or not you did a good job. And then we can say, as farmers, you can say to government, we believe that this gentleman is doing us well, so therefore, give him the 100% so he can spend money on tires and not on shoes. Carl, I recommend you. Somebody says BJ, they recommend BJ. I don't agree. And what does this one said here? Jimmy Henry, in Grenada presently there's a high level of individualism / selfishness called eater food. And that's why we are not continuously progressing. The MNIB and farmers in the revo was about nationalism. No. The farmers in the revo was about afraid. If you don't keep yourself quiet, you'll go up in jail. That's the bottom line. Somebody said to me, Carl, are you trying to get rid of our political commentator? In no way am I trying to get rid of Carl. In no way. Somebody says, Andre, it's not going to happen. I guess that person would not want it to happen, Carl, but that's okay. That's okay. But I say to the farmers, if you want someone who is going to be in the Senate, who is going to be able to do so and articulate your position and not fight, to support government or fight to support opposition, but look for your benefit, farmers, to look for your benefit. Try Carl Caton. I didn't hear you say you don't want it. What? No comment?
No comment.
Somebody's asking.
I wouldn't incriminate myself one way or the other.
Somebody's asking, Carl, will you accept?
No comment, Andrea.
Okay, so I guess Claudette, you would have heard Carl say no comment. People like to do invisible polls.
Andre, let me go down that road.
No. I just said people like to do invisible. I'm not going to do a poll. No. I just realized that by saying this, Carl, what has happened is that it has shown me that there are people who are against you.
Okay.
Somebody's saying, and I say to the listeners, let's like and share this program. My first time listening, and nothing is getting done in the house today. I don't understand that.
And nothing there?
Is getting done in the house today. I don't. My first time listening. I don't understand the statement. So I can't really comment on the statement. 7 minutes after the 11 o'clock hour.
Just so you do an extension, man.
But yeah, something like an extension on a Monday, yeah. We're going to take a commercial break, Carl, and when I come back, I'm going to give you an idea of what's going to come for listeners on this radio station as we continue to program on Emancipation Monday.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
How did you get your electricity bill to be so low? For one, we size our transformers just for what we need, and we unplug transformers, chargers, and other devices when they're not in use. We also replaced our light bulbs with LED. I even replaced the seal on my refrigerator door to keep the cold air in.
How do you know if it is working?
We pay attention to the usage history table. Over time, our average usage has decreased.
Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Hey, I know a store where you can get almost everything English. Things like quality cell phones with all accessories, various sizes of Bluetooth speakers for every occasion, clothing for men, women, and children of the highest quality, colognes, watches, and custom jewelry at the best prices in the nation. You can also shop for the best in baby items like disposable diapers of different brands and sizes. We have computers, fridges, microwaves, cookers, and washing machines. Also in stock are blood pressure machines and batteries for watches and more. Every deal is a steal. Visit Little England right here in the Quasi in Sutez. Call us today at 458-4111. That's 458-4111.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who
wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access, and I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing.
Wow. Interesting, eh? So I am telling myself that I would take the opportunity to dash outside there and get a bottle of water. But to no avail. Yeah. You know, you went to the cupboard and the cupboard was bare. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I really could have done with could somebody call me and tell me that they're gonna bring me a bottle of water? I wonder if my good partner. Let me see if he come back into. Yeah, he's back in. Let me see if he's gonna. Wait now. How come he dark? What's wrong? Oh, he's saying no. Are you gonna bring me a bottle of water, Bridget?
Not right now, man. It distant.
Okay. Ivor Hola says Master Carl is perfect for the choice of farmers rep.
Who's Ivor Hola?
I don't know. I'm just reading the comments. Mr. Charles told me this morning that I must interact more and read more comments. I'm saying, Ivor Charles is saying that. Your good friend Zico is asking me the question. And listen to this. Andre, what emancipation means to you? Are we really emancipated, Andre? That means he was not listening to the beginning of this program, right, Carl?
No, you don't listen.
So that is whose fault?
No, you can go back and listen to the program and you go get it.
Go back and listen. Go back and listen to the program and then you'll understand what's going on. Yeah. Wait now, I realize that our good friend Pat has not commented all day. That's
Maybe
strange.
Pat sleeping still?
Pat sleeping? Aye, that's interesting.
Pat, where you did?
No, I'm of the elk of Sir Paul's school. Pat, where are you?
That's your BBC voice, man.
Yeah, I stay by Sir Paul's school. I ain't going to this the language of the commoners. No, I wouldn't do that. Claudette Sylvester, she's in Canada. She says, I already fry my fish and make rice and peas and are still listening. Well, Claudette, good for you. Claudette has a day off today. She doesn't have to work. So she what? Fried fish, rice and peas, Carl? You could do with some of that. Likewise, me.
Definitely.
Yeah. And she has commented all along this morning. But she wants you to be the rep for the farmers.
Nah, man. But I good over here, man.
Do you mean that if you're offered, if the farmers say yes, we want Carl, you wouldn't take it? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, good here.
Carl, you have not answered. Are you saying that you will not take it if offered the responsibility to represent the farmers?
Not at this time.
Why?
It's all about timing, and time is not right.
But when you expect the time to be right again? There's no better time than the present? Yeah, okay. Claudette is asking why, Carl? Why, Carl? Claudette is asking that. And she says she has red snapper, so you could probably get some red snapper if you answer properly. Why? That's what she's asking, not me. Claudette.
That wouldn't happen, Andre. Let me leave it at that.
Were you thinking that the new administration would not allow that to happen? Is that what you're saying? Are you scared?
No, I'm scared of nothing.
All right, so are you saying that they will not allow it to happen?
Not under their watch.
No, but it's not for them to choose. It's not for them to choose, brethren. It is the responsibility of the farmers. No?
To which I understand.
Yeah.
But now we deal with the reality of things.
And the reality is what?
That won't happen.
Why don't you behave, my brother? That could happen. Carl, that could happen. That could happen. Don't think for one moment that cannot happen.
You're entitled to your view.
I keep telling you, and I've said it before. I said it this morning, and I said it to Kennedy Budlal this morning. Your opinion, Kennedy, can cause people to have a position. Remember that? And in my opinion...
Oh, that applies to me.
In my opinion, Carl, the fact that you've been in the Senate before, you've been there, so you understand the Senate, you know, you have first-hand knowledge as to how, Carl, I'm coming to you, as to how the Senate operates. You have that. There's no doubt. In my mind, neither is there doubt in any mind, in your mind, that you understand how the Senate operates. So it is not somebody who is going to go in there and for the first 6 months or so, Carl, they're trying to find out how to address the president of the Senate, when to sit down, when to stand up, and those sort of things. You already know that. Do you understand? And based on that, Carl, and based on the fact that you are a supporter, and everybody knows this. And you're not hiding this. You're a supporter of the New National Party. You are a supporter. Everybody knows this. So
Everybody.
you now will be in a position of let us see whether or not he's going to support the interests of his party or the interests of the farmers of the nation. Because for too long, we have had persons who ain't doing so and coming out openly and say who they support, Carl. They're not coming out openly and say who they support. Nobody knows who they're supporting. But every time you listen to them, you realize they're supporting X or they're supporting Y.
All of them DJ them song like one.
Right. You ain't have to do so and song like anybody, Carl.
That one what wouldn't be there.
That's what I'm saying to you. So who better to serve in that position? You have a wide knowledge of farming, so much so, Carl. You are able to do so and speak to my friend, your brethren too, Primus. And you are able to tell Primus, how you doing that peppers there? You're doing the peppers wrong. This is how you need to do the peppers and you will get more yield. What happened to Primus?
We got more yield.
You got more yield immediately?
Yeah.
Come on, Carl. Claudette say, if you answer any positive, you get lunch. And she's all the way in Canada. That lunch coming on FedEx. Somebody's saying there, Ivor, you have a lot of knowledge in farming, so I and my husband have confidence in Carl representing us as farmers. They are farmers. Ivor Holas and her husband. Somebody else is saying what? I am looking forward to a change, and I like the farmers to select a woman because the past men have failed. So I think a woman will be the best choice right now. I know gender problem. You understand, Carl? I know gender. Whether it's male or whether it's female, I am looking for someone who is going to do the job. And the farmers of the nation knows this, you know. The farmers of the nation, they know this, Carl. Because, and to be honest with you, I know you were shocked, as I was. I was shocked when I said it because I didn't know it was coming. And I know you were shocked and you like went to yourself, what happened to this Andre boy this morning? He getting crazy or what?
You blew me off there.
Carl, it could happen. And I believe it should happen. And hey, I believe you as the farmers rep in the Senate, man, it is just a matter of looking at every single issue in the Senate. If they bring an issue in relation to the dumping of garbage, Carl, you have the ability to tie that into agriculture in one way or another. You have that ability. So,
a man can string two sentences together, boy.
I have something to show you. You see this? What is this, Carl? What is this?
The drone.
The drone that does not fly anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, the drone that does not fly anymore. Friday, we were attempting to do some shots, and the drone took height, Carl. And then all of a sudden, the drone just fell, you know. Lost control of the drone, and it just fell. It comes on, but it does not. It doesn't fly anymore.
Well, birds fly too high.
Yeah, must to die.
Yes.
So this drone died. This drone died, and I promised the Igwe I will show people every day that the drone died. So he left it in the studio. He said he's not taking it out of the studio. So it goes back in its position. The drone died. Carl Keaton, think
Andre
about it.
Donald.
Think about it. You're smiling.
What can I do?
You can say yes.
Hmm?
Are you saying that you can't?
Andre Donald, let me leave that. Yeah.
I just saw a couple of pictures of my
From
nieces and my nieces and nephews and my niece's husband and and my sister and her son, from Edmonton, Canada. Nice pictures. Edmonton seems to be a very beautiful place, Carl. But we have to go to the place first before we go to Edmonton.
the motherland.
We promised ourselves, Carl, one day we're gonna come into a bit of money legally. And we're gonna go to the motherland.
Our means would afford us.
Yeah, our means would afford us to go to the motherland. That's why you need to, so that you can save up. You can save up for us to go to the motherland.
No, there must do.
And then if you as the farmers rep in the Senate going to the motherland, Carl, you know what that would mean? That we'll be able to exchange ideas.
That would give me some street cred.
Or bring new ideas to this country from the motherland. You know what that would mean, Carl? Man, behave yourself and take up your thing now, man. I'm to you. Okay, here's what. We're going to go until 11:35. It's now 11:30. If 3 persons call and say yes, you're going to start thinking about it. Promise?
What? Set
3
up.
persons. Or 5 persons call and say yes. If 5 persons call and say yes, you're going to start thinking about it, correct? They have to call. All right, we have first call online. Morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Culture man won't allow that.
What happened?
Culture man, he go like that.
Are you culture man?
No, I ain't, but you know
All
how
right, so why are you calling to say yes or no?
I don't know.
Don't waste my time. Yes, Carl. No, don't waste my time. Don't waste the time on people, man.
What time is the cricket, you say?
12:30. That's when they're looking to start. But I have a program that runs from 12 until 1 o'clock. So I will basically start the broadcast of the cricket by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Carl, it's like nobody wants you to be, boy.
Well,
yeah.
Nobody
wants you to be because the calls ain't coming. They probably say, nah, you can't handle this guy.
The voice of the people is the voice of God.
The voice of the people is the voice of God, eh?
Why is that green? You're greening like a sheshe cat.
You calling me Sheshe Cat now?
No, I'm asking.
Call me a Cheche. We have a call. Morning.
Mr. Donald, good morning.
Yes.
Mr. Donald, when you look at it, the past senators we had in the Senate, all of them were supporters of the NDC. So how could it be now that they're in power and they will accept Carl, who is known to be an MP?
No, I didn't say they wouldn't accept him. I'm saying that they might just do that if the farmers support him.
It should be farmers.
Mm-hmm.
All farmers are NDC, Mr. Donald.
Oh, all farmers are NDC?
Especially on the North American Cocoa Association board, all of them is NDC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you straight up, so there's no way, trying to introduce Carl around there, they wouldn't accept him. Thank you, sir.
All right. Nobody support you yet, eh?
Yes.
Somebody support you?
No, I say, nobody did.
Okay.
So I tell you, the voice of the people is the voice of God, the
Mm-hmm.
Ancient of Days. Why that short program you have 12:30 to 100?
12 to 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Today's Monday, ain't it?
Yes.
Claudette says bye, Carl. She's going to have lunch.
Tell her enjoy it.
Me tell her, you tell her for yourself. She's listening, ain't it?
Enjoy your lunch, Claudette. Claudette what?
Claudette Sylvester. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
So boy, you in the studio for a long time, but you have to think the cricket.
Yeah. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be here for a while. Somebody brought me water, Carl. Would you believe that? You know, a guy brought me some
Bless,
water.
bless.
That's a nice guy. See, let me show the good old Glenegg. Free ad for Glenegg. Free ad for Glenegg spring water. I hope they remember that. Yeah. So.
Well, let Brother Chester, David, know he'll be in my prayers, Andre.
Yeah. It was sad. It was sad. It was really sad to see. Well, for her to go. It was sad. So, brother, we'll catch again?
Yeah, take care, man.
Take care of yourself. One love.
Right.
Oh, hold on. There's one caller. Hello? Oh, he's
Hi.
gone. Hi.
That good morning.
Good morning.
That wouldn't happen, Mr. Donald. Don't go there. Leave Carl alone, please.
Why you all so negative about that wouldn't happen? What's wrong with it happening?
It wouldn't happen, Mr. Donald.
Things
Don't
can
go
only happen.
there.
Things can only happen when we want them to happen. If we start off on the negative, it's going to stay on the negative.
Tell us of negative, positive, whatever, it wouldn't go there. According to the last caller, and here one farmer supporting NMP. So how the hell that gonna happen, Mr. Donald? That won't happen.
Speak for yourself. Have a nice day.
You too, darling.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk.
It's real. It's 91. Goodbye. God bless you. Take care, friends. Coming up at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock. You know it's Monday. On target. Yep. Stay with us.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it, and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies, mattresses, and